I have no internet. I'm on my phone, so it's gonna be a little bit complicated for me.
So what, Sonia?
I have to be on my phone because the internet here at home it just is not working. Oh my god, it was like pulling teeth. I'm just too frustrated.
Now I got sound. What?
We could have just changed the
I-
sound.
Okay, so I'm on the phone, so I need some help with the chat and question. I don't know who wants to volunteer to help me out here because I can't get it.
Joanna, Jerry, can you help out?
I'm still trying to fight my internet.
Speaker sound, the speaker sound.
I'm
What?
fighting.
And they work. Okay. I don't want that. I need the other one. So get muted.
I'm in. Got it. Thanks.
Okay, good evening, Jerry. Do we have enough people to start the meeting?
I won't know until I call the roll.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Community Board 1 is called to order. We'll call the roll and see if we have enough members to start the meeting. Can I have the roll call, Jerry?
Yes, Madam Chair. Gina Argento, Ogden Bakarowski,
Here.
Lisa Bamonte,
Here.
Gina Barros,
Here.
Tian Brooks,
Here.
Eric Brusitis, Tom Burrows,
Here.
Iris Cabrera,
Yeah.
Phil Caponegro, Frank Carbone, Stephen Chesler,
Here.
Michael Chirchella,
Here.
Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Here.
Erin Drinkwater, Arthur Dibanowski.
Here. Aaron's here.
Thank you, Erin. Arthur Dibanowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster,
I'm present.
Chairperson Fuller, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Here.
Moisha Indig, Bozina Kaminsky,
Present.
Avram Katz, William Klagsvold, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Here.
Abraham Leibovitz,
Wait, I gotta tell him I'm here.
Yoel Lowe.
Do that.
Is that Tish I hear in the background?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Thanks, Jerry.
I got you, Tish. Thank you. Teresa Cinciata marked in the present. Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever.
I'm here.
Thank you. Sante Michelli.
I'm here.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Here.
Thank you, Karen. Mary O'Domerick. Janice Peterson. Dana Racklin.
Present.
Thank you. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. But Solano. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Here.
Thank you, Del. Tommy Torres. William Vega. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Thank you,
Present.
Maria. Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Here.
Thank you, Stephen. Simon Weiser.
Jerry, this is Gina Argento. I'm here. Sorry, I was late.
This is also
Thank you.
Willis Elkins. I'm here. Sorry, I missed it.
Thank you, Willis. B, C, D. We're short one for a quorum, Madam Chair. We have 25 members.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, we'll have to wait a few more minutes.
I see Eric B on the screen. I don't know if that's Mr. Brusitis. Eric, is that you?
It is. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so noted. So you have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Oh, I
Thank
said
you.
here before. All right, whatever.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Make a note that item number 4 has been pulled from the agenda at the presenter's request. Second item on the agenda is a presentation, Department of Design and Construction. Department of Design and Construction. Mr. Blackman, is anybody here to present on that item? Is there anybody here to present on design and construction? Okay, thank you. Item number 2, briefing on the Greenpoint Hospital, St. Nick's Alliance. Mr. Lang?
Yes, thank you very much to everybody. I'm joined here right now by my colleague Max Zarin from Hudson Companies. I want to thank the community board. The board has been really supportive of St. Nick's participation along with Greenpoint Renaissance Enterprise Corp. GREC in this project. And we were, delighted to be designated along with Hudson Companies. And I'm looking now, I'll introduce the members of the team when we get there. But St. Nick's and Hudson Companies were designated by HPD back in 2018. And we came to the community board to present our winning proposal at that time. Hudson Companies, I have Aaron Kaufman, partner on the meeting as well. Max Zarin, who will be sharing the slides when we get to that point. And we will be joined by our other partner, Project Renewal, which I don't see Jody Rudin, who will hopefully be joining us. But Project Renewal will be operating the shelter on the site. We are moving toward a ULURP. We expect to have a ULURP certified and come to this community board in June, which means perhaps a meeting in July. And so at the suggestion of board members, we wanted to present now to the community board so there would be a chance to really understand the project and discuss it without feeling hurried by the fact that there would be a summer community board meeting for an official ULURP. when that ULURP does come, it will be another meeting, and we will have essentially this presentation again um, for you, and that will be the official ULURP public presentation. Before we show you the slides, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things. The project overall is 100% affordable housing. And it's really a result of following the community plan that was created by GREC over the past years. And since we were designated, we've had numerous meetings with the local stakeholders to get further input. The presentation you're going to see is a balance of preserving some of the existing old hospital buildings that are quite attractive and also historic in their significance, as well as putting in some new buildings in order to provide a substantial amount of low-income housing. So, Max, if you're able to share your screen, I'd like to turn this over to our joint venture partners, Aaron Kaufman and Max Zarin from Hudson, to start the presentation, and then we can answer questions about the project from people as we go along.
Thanks so much, Frank, and thank you for having us this evening. We're really excited to be sharing our progress on this project. I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Great. So again, thank you so much for having us this evening. We're really thrilled to be sharing this exciting project, which we believe will be transformative for the site and the neighborhood as well. Frank's already introduced the team. I think most everyone at this meeting this evening is probably familiar with St. Nick's Alliance and all of the really important, impactful work that they've done in the community, and specifically in regards to the advocacy for this site. We're really fortunate to have partnered with St. Nick's in this effort. By way of introduction, Hudson is a housing developer. We really focus on affordable housing, market rate housing in the 5 boroughs, and we've been doing that since the 1980s. We've been active in North Brooklyn since the 1980s, particularly through the New Homes program, where we've developed affordable housing co-ops as part of the housing partnership. And as Frank mentioned, we're joined in our partnership by Project Renewal, specifically for the development and operation of the new homeless shelter. We're really thankful to have such an experienced and capable partner in Project Renewal. They're one of the oldest and most established providers of homeless housing and homeless services. And they bring a wealth of experience in operating homeless shelters and providing a really impressive array of services, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So I won't belabor this mission statement by reading it, but I just want to emphasize that we understand what an important asset and anchor the Greenpoint Hospital once was for this community. And in this redevelopment project, we really endeavor to restore it to that position as a critical asset for this community, but providing all of the services and addressing all of the needs that are most pressing today. And we really recognize all of the incredible advocacy work that has gone into advancing this project to this point. And we know that there is a long history in bringing this vision to fruition. And we've been lucky to engage with so many of you in this community to help bring together this vision, to understand the most pressing needs, and how we can create a really great project that addresses all those needs. So we're here tonight to share our progress, but to continue that dialogue and continue to hear your inputs and continue the collaboration in order to ensure that this is the best possible project it can be, to make sure we're most effectively addressing those needs. So, you know, first and foremost, this project will create a critical mass of affordable housing, as Frank mentioned. But beyond that, we will also be providing some critical neighborhood amenities in the form of community facility and retail space, as well as new public open space that will complement Cooper Park just across the street. And of course, as we've mentioned, replacing the existing homeless shelter with a new state-of-the-art facility. So since we were last here presenting to the community board, we've made a lot of really great progress on this project, and we are pushing full steam ahead towards a ULURP certification in June of this year. So we've been working on our ULURP application with city planning and HPD. We've been completing our environmental review process, and we hope to receive a negative declaration soon, as well as continuing to advance the design of phase 1 in hopes that we'll be able to start construction about this time next year. So again, I expect that most people participating in this meeting tonight are very familiar with this site, but to make sure everyone's on the same page, the area outlined in orange on this graphic is the area that we are seeking to redevelop as part of this project, including the existing nurses' residence building and the main hospital building, which is currently the site of the Kleiman residence. The neighborhood women's houses on the north side of the site and the St. Nick's headquarters building on the southwest corner, while not part of the redevelopment project, are an incredibly important part of the site, and we will be integrating our new development into the existing fabric of the site. And this is a site plan showing our vision for the site once we complete our redevelopment project. So first and foremost, what's so central to this project is opening this site up to the community and making it an opportunity to weave together the different parts of the neighborhood, be that Cooper Park to the south, Cooper Park houses to the northeast, or the Graham Avenue Commercial Center to the west. We want this site to be open and an opportunity to link the neighborhood together, as well as provide new open space to complement Cooper Park, as I mentioned. In terms of development, there are 4 buildings that comprise the project, which will together deliver over 550 units of affordable housing, a new 200-bed homeless shelter, as well as some community facility and retail uses. So buildings 1 and 2 on the south half of the site will be the first phase. Building 1 is the new homeless shelter, and building 2 is just over 300 units of multifamily affordable housing. Buildings 3 and 4 will be the second phase, building 3 being senior affordable housing, and building 4 being another multifamily affordable housing building. As Frank mentioned at the beginning, the project is 100% affordable housing, with all of the units available to households earning below or at 80% of area median income, falling in the range from 30% to 80% area median income, currently with a formerly homeless set aside of 30%. Buildings 2 and 4 are part of HPD's ELA program. And building 3, which is a senior affordable building, will be a part of HPD's SARA program for senior affordable. Now I'm going to hand it over to Jody Rudin to speak briefly about our vision for the new homeless shelter on the site.
Hey, Jody, if the host could let her in, she's trying to get in. I think she needs to be unmuted. She might be in the.
Okay, I'm looking for her.
Yeah, thank you. While we're waiting for Jody Rudin to come in, I think one of the key parts is this is the, she needs to be elevated to the panel, I think it says. This
Frank,
is the old.
Frank, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's Mary O'Domerick. The Congresswoman is trying to get on. Can she speak at the meeting?
It's okay with us if the committee board's fine with that.
Okay. Marie, can you let the Congresswoman on?
I am looking. Okay, she's in. Hold on.
Is the Congresswoman ready to speak now while we're waiting for Judge?
No, I would like to hear the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman. Let me know when you get ready to speak.
Okay, after their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
I'm here, Frank.
okay, great.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Some tense IT moments on my end, but I appreciate your patience, and it's great to be here, and it's great to have partners on this project like St. Nick's Alliance and Hudson Companies. So Project Renewal is going to be operating the 200-bed men's shelter on the campus. Really quickly, Project Renewal is a 54-year-old comprehensive homeless services organization. We work with our clients to help them renew their lives through health care, homes, and jobs. We have comprehensive integrated programming, and we're going to bring that philosophy to this location. So we'll work with clients towards the ultimate goal of permanent housing, and each client at the shelter will be assigned a case manager. We will have occupational therapists working with clients. We will have vocational counselors working with clients, trying to get them connected to employment. We will have a full spectrum of healthcare services on site, ranging from primary care to behavioral health to addiction treatment programming. And we're really looking forward to being a good neighbor to all of you. We tried in the design process to be thoughtful about keeping traffic off of the sidewalks and in the interior of the campus. We have a front porch on the inside of right at the shelter entrance, which is on the interior, where our clients can gather out of the way of the sidewalk. And we're looking forward to restoring this beautiful building, which is now boarded up, and really turning it into a purpose-built shelter that will help us run the kind of programs that we love to run. So I'm looking forward to answering any questions you have, and we're really looking forward to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. So beyond the new homeless shelter that Jody discussed, there are a number of new community facility and retail uses contemplated for the site as well. The site plan just orients to the location of those, which will be concentrated along Maspeth Avenue in Building 2 and fronting Jackson Street facing Cooper Park houses in Building 4. So in the planning and design process, we really heard from the community members that there is a need for a few critical uses, including a health clinic, which we will be including as part of Building 2. There'll be a new 5,000 square foot state-of-the-art walk-in health clinic that will serve residents of the campus as well as the community at large. We're currently in conversations with a number of major medical institutions about partnering to operate that health clinic. Building 2 will also include a business and workforce development center with career training opportunities operated by St. Nick's in partnership with Evergreen, as well as a small cafe on the corner to provide a food and beverage amenity to residents, park users, and neighbors. We also heard that there was a need for more senior center space and more senior services in this neighborhood. So we are really excited to include a new 6,500 square foot senior center as part of Building 4. That senior center will allow the existing Cooper Park Houses Senior Center across the street to relocate and expand and provide a much wider array of services and modernized amenities to the seniors on the site in Cooper Park Houses, and again, to the neighborhood at large. As we've been designing these buildings, we really want this to be the best affordable housing in New York City. And we are designing this housing to the same standard that we would design our market rate housing. So what does that mean? First, that means that the buildings on the site, not just the housing, but the shelter as well, will be built to some of the highest standards of sustainability and energy efficiency. So the new construction buildings on the site will be built to Passive House standard, and the existing buildings will be rehabilitated to LEED Gold standard. Both of the new construction buildings will have large solar arrays on the roofs for on-site electricity generation. And the housing buildings will all feature a pretty broad array of amenity spaces to serve the tenants of the buildings. These will include children's playrooms, lounges, rooftop terraces, laundry, fitness, and bike storage to encourage tenants to gather, celebrate together, and stay active. And as we've advanced the design of the project and our vision for the site, we've also kept in mind the benefits, not just to the tenants that will be living on the site, but to the community at large. And front and center in that is the creation of jobs. And in St. Nick's, the project is lucky to have an incredibly capable, incredibly experienced partner that excels at job creation, local hiring, and job skills trainings programs. And so St. Nick's will be leading a really robust effort for local hiring and MWBE hiring as a part of this project, both to employ workers on the site and to hire local businesses as part of the construction and operation. And the employment opportunities here really extend beyond just construction. We are focused on creating jobs, not just while we're building out the site, but for the long term in the form of opportunities in property maintenance, retail, or employment at some of the many social services on the site. In addition, we're really focused on creating new public open spaces that will complement those available in Cooper Park. So the redevelopment of the site will create over 60,000 square feet of newly available public open space that will improve accessibility and connectivity throughout the campus, as well as providing people with new places to meet up, congregate, socialize, and enjoy the site. And as part of doing so, we strongly believe that the site will become a safer, more secure place. And all of our plans have safety and security as a central component as we are designing and developing our vision for the site. Last, I've mentioned this a few times, but there's a strong focus on sustainability in the project, and those benefits will accrue not just to the residents living there, but to the neighborhood at large. The site will be able to retain a huge amount of stormwater to avoid overflowing the local sewer systems. And these buildings will also be extremely low emissions. We're aware of the high rates of asthma in this neighborhood, and so the low emissions from these buildings will help create better air quality for this community. So now to share a few renderings of the project once it's been fully constructed. So this is a view of the newly open and pedestrianized Skillman Avenue, which will provide a new place to gather, as well as a new thoroughfare connecting the east and west sides of the site. And this is a view from Mass Fifth Avenue, looking into the center of the site towards the newly pedestrianized Skillman Avenue, with views of the historic hospital building there. This is a connection that will allow people to pass from Mass Fifth into the center of the site and through to Debevoise or to Cooper Park houses. So pulling out a little bit, this is showing the fully built out site from the air, kind of hovering over Cooper Park. You can see the newly redeveloped shelter building in the nurses' residence on the southeast corner there, and building 2 fronting Mass Fifth Avenue. And a similar aerial view kind of hovering over Cooper Park houses. This is showing building 4 along Jackson Street, as well as the recreational lawn located in the northeast corner of the site. So this is a view of building 1 and building 2 from Cooper Park. In actuality, there are a lot more trees here, so you would not see this unobstructed view of buildings 1 and buildings 2. But I think it's helpful to just show that the design of the new construction buildings have tried to be deferential to the existing historic architecture on the site and create a shared vocabulary with that existing architecture. So in our facade design for the new construction in building 2, we've introduced a masonry facade component that kind of echoes the facade of building 1, the existing nurses' residence, and has a setback that picks up the line of the existing eaves height, creating some consistency across the 2 buildings. And the same is true for building 4, where the setback at 3 stories picks up the setback of the existing neighborhood women's houses, creating a shared vocabulary between that base element of building 4 and those existing buildings. Last, kind of zooming back into the pedestrian scale, this is a view of the recreational lawn in the northeast corner of the site, situated kind of between the newly redeveloped building 3, the main hospital building, newly constructed building 4, and the neighborhood women's houses. As far as schedule, as I mentioned, we are pushing towards a June ULURP certification. We are hoping to certify on June 21st. So this would allow us to begin construction on building 1, the new homeless shelter, about this time next year, with construction of building 2 following shortly thereafter, probably beginning summer 2022. Building 1 being complete in a little over a year and a half. So by the end of 2023 and building 2 following with completion around the end of 2024. And then buildings 3 and 4 as part of phase 2 would begin shortly thereafter, with construction beginning in 2025 and wrapping up by the middle of 2027. So thanks so much for the opportunity to provide this update. We are really excited to continue this dialogue, like I said, and continue to receive your input to make sure that this is the best possible project it can be. So thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you, Max. I just wanted to also mention 2 other colleagues from Hudson that are on, Viviana Vizcaino and Michael Olhausen, who are also here to help take questions, answer questions. And one thing that we didn't mention is, Hudson is really dedicated to try and provide that kind of community support back for these kind of projects. And so they committed to helping to underwrite some of the job training for people seeking to get jobs on the site. And the development team, we are committing to provide funds, $500,000 of work into the Cooper Park across the street for improvements into that, and a dedicated another $1 million for a community center that's being done in conjunction at 120 Jackson Street, hopefully with the school settlement as that moves forward. Those funds are going to happen once the projects get started in phases, but that's part of the commitment of this project to give back and do more beyond just this site itself. So we're happy to answer questions from the board.
Okay, is there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Who's saying yes?
Steve Chesler.
Okay, Steve.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And I would just quickly say, just overall, it's embracing the project for, it's all affordable housing, senior, homeless housing. And I like, the architecture and, the massing of the building is big, but I feel for the purpose in mind, it's okay. And I like the architecture. 2 questions I had is, number one, in your ULURP process, what are you seeking in terms of zoning change, from what to what? And then the second question I had related to the building that will house homeless residents, in terms of, what criteria will there be for housing those residents? Are they, a certain stage of evolution or in transition, and how they fit in with the mix of other residents, senior residents,
Right.
In particular. Thank you.
So let me, maybe Michael, I don't know, or Max, you guys want to answer the specifics on the ULURP? There's like a whole bunch of different things happening besides the disposition, so.
Yeah, sure. So I can speak about that a little bit, and then my colleague Michael can jump in if I miss anything important. But the rezoning is seeking to change the zoning for the site from a R6 to an R7-2, as well as introducing a C24 commercial overlay along Maspeth. And then there will be a large-scale development plan as part of the ULURP to include a number of waivers, including for heights, setbacks, and distance between buildings. Michael, if there's anything important I missed there, please do jump in. If not, maybe Jody, I think, could probably speak to the second question about the shelter.
Hi, yes. So it's going to be a 200-bed men's shelter. So there's currently, as you all know, a 200-bed men's shelter on the campus, and the location on the campus is going to change, but the number of homeless clients served will remain the same. We will receive our referrals directly from the Department of Homeless Services. So homeless men in New York City enter the shelter system through a single point of entry in Manhattan on 30th Street and First Avenue. They'll go there and they'll go through an intake and assessment process. that usually ends up taking several weeks, where the Department of Homeless Services gets to know them a little bit better and then sends them to a program shelter. We're considered a program shelter. That's where they'll be assigned a case manager, and we'll work with them very deliberately towards their goals and to meet all of their social services needs, but towards the ultimate goal of housing. And the Department of Homeless Services will send clients to us who are interested in seeking employment, and we'll have vocational services on site. They may send clients to us who have a range of behavioral health need, including mental illness and substance use, and we'll have fairly robust clinical services on site that can work productively with those clients towards stabilization and permanent housing.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any hands up. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Frank.
Madam Chair, I can just make one more, just quick comment. I'm sorry, you can chime in. I would just like to praise them on the environmental aspect of the new buildings, passive technology and LEED 4 and solar energy. That's really great. And hopefully, you're starting a new trend, especially in large scale buildings, for different type of, getting away from fossil fuels, et cetera. So nice job on that.
This is Trina. I have one question. Could you repeat what was said at the end, the community givebacks, which sounded really great, but I didn't get them.
Sure. We had long committed, and so the project is going to commit $500,000 to do improvements at Cooper Park. If the board remembers, there was a $2 million capital improvement done a few years ago that did the skate park and handball courts and things, but there's a lot of other things that could be done that don't have to necessarily go through the specific process of the DCP, Department of Parks, but that would be there, and we would work with the community board and community to figure out what those improvements would be to the rest of the park. And the other would be $1 million to the community center that we're trying to build. The community's trying to build right now at 120 Jackson Street with a school settlement site. And that would be a contribution toward those community efforts so that a larger group in the neighborhood, not just the residents of these buildings, would be able to really benefit from what's going on.
Madam Chair, can I say something?
Who? I don't see your hand up. Who want to say something?
William Vega. William
Okay,
Vega.
Mr. Vega.
Thank you. Frank, I'm very excited. I live on Jackson Street. My son attended those after-school programs. And as a member of Friends of Cooper's Park, we cannot wait for the project to start because there's a lot of good improvements that we need. And as you know, we maintain that park weekly on the weekends, keeping it clean. So again, thank you, Frank, for all the good work you're going to be doing in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a comment if I may. Hi, this is Iris Cabrera. I also wanted to echo my colleagues. I can wait for this project to start. We as a community we
can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I was saying that I can wait as well to see this project to go on. We've been fighting for this affordable housing for a long time, and I support this project 100%. Our community has been looking for a project like this, and I hope that everything go well and we start this project as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ivan. Is there any other comments?
Hi, Madam Chair, it's Julia. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Julia.
Julia, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Frank, thanks for keeping with the original. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, from the beginning. I remember when you wanted to do this, and I see Most of the design is still remained the same, and it looks good. I was concerned about the tall building, but it looks good, Frank. I'm very, very, very pleased. Although I'm not the president, but I'm very pleased with it. And there you go. I think it'll work out. Everything will be great. It looks wonderful. And thank you for keeping all your promises of the design and the things that we at Cooper Park Houses asked for. A new senior center is so very important. Thank you so much.
Oh. Hi, this is Tish. Can I speak?
Yes, Tish.
I've been involved with this project with all of the other community groups. And I was just concerned about that. You didn't give the storage. The height of the one building will be 18 stories. My concern now is that when you change the rezoning from an R6 to accommodate a building that high, is that going to affect the rest of the community? We fought years ago when there was a 12-story building that was built on Humboldt Street, and it was out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. The houses were small. So I agree with most of the plan, but I'm worried about the height of the one building, 18 stories. Once you change the zoning, then you're going to allow a lot of other developers coming in and building these tall buildings. So I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the plan. I'm hoping that some money, as there will be a give back, will go to the Swinging 60s, the senior centers, if that's possible. So I just want to know about the zoning change.
So,
Is it gonna be a major risk for the rest of the community now?
so if I could answer a couple of points. The zoning, the uniqueness of the site is that it's really a super block. It's 2 city blocks. There's a DMAP street in the middle. And so the rezoning is only happening to that area. As the board remembers, when the area went through a rezoning after the 2005 waterfront rezoning, and a great deal of the neighborhood was reduced in zoning FAR to contextual zoning, the dividing line was made actually at Humboldt Street, specifically for that. But the R6 is what's there. And using height factor and other things, you can get tall buildings. I think, this is a unique situation. And the R72 is not to be extended across everything else. A lot of it has to do with the adjustments because we're protecting the existing buildings on site. And a lot of the rezoning are adjustments to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I have a question, Santa Micheli?
Yes.
I'm tapping again on what one of my fellow members was asking about height, and definitely height means also additional density. So you said there were about 450 units, and I know very well the area. I have my studio just across the street from Cooper Park. So I use the park along the years a lot. So I know it serves community. It's the only park there because we have the industrial zoning, and then there is the Cooper houses. And so it's the only little park. What the impact will be on the park, what kind of study you have done that? I know you're going to have commercial. How much habitant, how many, what's the population change, and what the impact on the park? And also, yeah, that's the shadow. I know it's going to be probably additional study about shadow impact. Is the park impacted by any shadow? Vegetation impact by that? Yeah, so concern about the height too a little bit.
Hi, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt. The Congresswoman has votes in just a second. I know she'd very much just like to thank you folks real quick, if that's all right.
But she said she wanted to hear the presentation and then she would speak.
Oh, okay, sorry, you're just wrapping up? Sorry about that.
Oh. I think we have some speakers on this issue. Can we call the speakers, Jared, Joanna, the people that signed up to speak on this issue?
Yes. The first speaker is going to be Lydia Caballo. Yes. Lydia?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I don't know if I had to turn my video on. Thanks very much. Do I just have like a moment or two, right?
2 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll be brief. So I've lived right next door to the Greenpoint Hospital for 20 years on Cooper Park. And I've been attending GREC meetings for over a decade, and I've followed and supported all of the various plans to develop this seriously underutilized land for so many years. So I fully support the imperative here to create 100% affordable housing. I'm especially in favor of providing the senior center and the housing and services for seniors, which was the original main goal of all the earlier incarnations of the development plans. I feel it's critical to have a local developer leading this project, and I've long supported St. Nick's and the great work they do in the community. And finally, I'm super impressed with Project Renewal and Jody especially, and I feel really optimistic and excited about the plans for running the new shelters. So basically, I'm in favor of this plan, but I have to echo some of you already and respectfully maintain that an 18-story building is extremely out of scale with our neighborhood. So as you all know, this site is right on the edge of a heavily industrial zone. We have inherited a long, toxic legacy of pollution. We have more than our fair share of truck traffic, trash problems, asthma, and a really significant lack of green space. Cooper Park is the gem of our little nook over here. It's such a special little park, and the open sky and the light of the lower building heights around the park and in this greater area has long been a defining element of this neighborhood and East Williamsburg, really. And in my opinion, that's one of our greatest resources. And it's actually the reason that I moved here 20 years ago, if I'm going to say it. But I'm also not just speaking for myself, because I know that there's a significant number of long-term existing residents and park users from the surrounding area who are really dismayed by the height and the density of this plan. So I just want to say, out loud that these proposed buildings are really, really tall. Even the 12-story buildings would be the tallest things around by far, but 18 stories is nearly 3 times the height of the current tallest buildings in a large radius, and it just feels ridiculously out of place. And more importantly, it feels to me like it would throw open the door to further high
Please summarize.
that we can't sustain. So that's it. I just think we could have creative solutions to meet the social impact goals while maintaining balance.
Call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nisa Roman. Nisa?
Yes,
Roman?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Nilsa Roman. I'm a resident for Cooper Park Houses. I live in Cooper Park for over 45 years, and I'm also a GREC member. And what I want to say is that I happen to be one of the people, along with Tish, who was fighting for affordable housing over 35 years ago. And I'm for the project. The reason that I'm for the project is because we've been fighting for so many years to get affordable housing. We went through a lot of red tape, and I feel that it's time. If we don't do anything now, what's going to happen later on? Are we going to wait another 35 years? And another thing is that if they don't start working on on the project, we have a lot of dolphins coming around. We have a lot of graffiti. We have a lot of illegal dumping. By them starting this project, it's going to clean up most of that issues. And right now, priority is low-income people and people people from shelter, homeless people.
Please summarize.
Huh?
Please summarize.
Summarize? I don't understand what you say.
Complete.
Please try summarize your speech to end it.
Okay, I'm for the building. I'm for the 18 stories. If you look at other developments, they're a lot higher. And I don't think that they went through so much to get an approval to get those tall buildings. So I don't think, as long as that they don't do anything else in this neighborhood and except that, I don't have a problem with that, with this 18-story building.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Teresita Aguilar. Teresita Aguilar. I don't see her. I don't
Next
see
speaker.
her. Roberto Rodriguez.
Teresa's on.
Somebody's phone?
Teresa's on the phone.
Yes, somebody's phone. Yeah, she just indicated that in the chat.
She's on the phone. There is 3 users and all I can see is the first numbers.
Says she's under Lois Golden.
I can't see the chat, Madam Chair, but I know that she indicated, it just flashed and it disappeared. She indicated on somebody's phone, but I can't see the chat from my side.
It's under the
It's
name
on the
Elise
Golden,
Gold.
Joanna, Golden.
I am looking. The Golden.
Elise is the first name. Elisa.
Elise?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's not. I'm not seeing it.
Joanna, let's just call the next speaker and then you can look for her. If you find her, we'll call her next.
Okay. The next, then.
Did you lose your connection, Joanna?
Can you all hear me now? Oh, no.
Who's speaking?
That's Elise.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Hey, Roberto, you're in the community board meeting now.
Yes, I'm on, but
I
they
know.
called my name to speak. My phone is muted and.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Wait,
Elise,
you're on.
please.
You're on now. They can hear you now.
Go ahead, Elise.
Oh, well, he hung up. Oh, okay. Teresita, habla. Sí. Okay.
Soy Teresita Aguilar, miembro y líder de la Organización 1, donde luchamos por los derechos de los inquilinos para que obtengan vivienda justa, asequible. También soy miembro de GREC. Compartimos nuestros ideales. Es una buena oportunidad muy especial para traer vivienda para personas de bajos ingresos. Estamos en una crisis de vivienda en la que muchos no tienen dónde vivir.
Myself. Next one's
Sounds like
Roberto.
we lost the
We
speaker.
lost her. Yes. The next one's Roberto Rodriguez.
I'm sorry. Is anyone going to translate what she
Yeah, that's what I was
said?
gonna say. She wanted to talk about.
Someone needs to translate.
Yeah, I was gonna say that she was talking about how there's a crisis, a housing crisis. A lot of people do not have where to live, and she's in for the project. But that was what I got. I didn't get the rest.
We lost her. Can't find her.
Me
The
what she
next,
stated, guys? Not everybody, did you hear it? Did you guys get that? The part?
Yeah, we heard you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next speaker.
Roberto Rodriguez. Roberto
Roberta is
Rodriguez?
on Eloise Golden's phone.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Roberto and I live on Metropolitan Avenue and Union. I am a member of UNO and Greg, and I support the project being presented because it is the right thing to do. You see, this community is struggling not only to survive the pandemic, but its place in it. There's been so much displacement over the past 40 years that this community needs a project like this one, which projects 550 units of permanently low-income housing. I want to emphasize that because this project has no market rate housing, all the apartments are affordable to low-income families. In addition, the project includes a significant amount of housing for low-income elderly residents, including a health clinic on site, which can be accessed by local residents. Furthermore, the project will be controlled by St. Nick's Alliance, a local nonprofit organization which has always been accountable to the community, including the homeless. This is why I strongly support this project and seeing this ULURP process moving along in June. Thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. Be well and stay safe all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The
I
next
hate to
speaker.
interrupt this, Sonia. Excuse me, someone's asking for them to open the closed caption, something. Is that available for them?
What was the question, Sonia?
Is asking for somebody to please open the closed captions, please. So I think someone needs the closed caption, I guess.
Is this somebody to sign up to speak?
No, it's someone, I guess she's in the, this looks like an attendee. And she said, can someone turn on the closed caption, please?
What's the closed caption?
Okay, checking it out, Joanna and Jerry. Next speaker, please.
Marty Needleman is present.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alicia Faye. Alicia Faye? Hello, Alicia Faye?
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Chairperson. Good evening. My name is Elisha Faye. I am a lifetime member of Cooper Park residents. I was born here. I've been here for 67 years, and I'm on the Cooper Park Resident Council Vice President more than 6 years, and I'm on a member of GREC, on the board of GREC. I'd just like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to finally get this project on the way. It's been over 12 years. We desperately need these new buildings to come up so it could better serve the community, and especially the underserved people in the community, for low income houses and for seniors, as well as the homeless population. We desperately need this. As far as the height, there's a 16-story building not 6 blocks away from here, and more further than that, there's a 40-story building in this community. So we shouldn't be oppressed and be stopped because of the height of buildings. I think it's disallowing people of unfortunate dwellings to have a decent place to live in this community. It's been a long time coming. I like to thank Community Board 1. I like to thank St. Nick's and GREC for putting this together. And I'd just like to see this development start sooner rather than later. Thank you for listening.
You're welcome. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paul Ketterborn. Ketterborn.
Hi, everyone. This is Paul. I live on Sharon Street across the park from the proposed development, and I've also been involved with GREC for the past 5 years. I also would like to register my support for this project moving forward. As other speakers have said, the city desperately needs to add to the housing supply, especially affordable housing, to help drive down costs and address the sad and growing crisis of homelessness. Building this amount of affordable housing and all the amenities that are planned is going to really enliven this corner of our neighborhood and finally achieve our long-sought goal of cleaning up this blighted site. As a member of Friends of Cooper Park, I'm particularly pleased, I'm thrilled that the developers have committed to making such a sizable contribution to improvements to the park. It's already very heavily utilized and will become even more so with the addition of so many new households. So it will be great to have the extra support. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Patricia Dubasi.
Hi, I'm Patricia DeBose. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for letting us speak. I am speaking on behalf of this project because I feel that there's a dire need for low-income housing with no market rate units in this community. It's important to preserve the historic buildings in our community, but the new buildings are necessary and good. The new units will provide a balance to the market rate housing that surrounds the Greenpoint Hospital complex. They will bring diversity to the area. I don't have a problem with the height of the 18-story building because these buildings face wide streets and an open park, and the plan as presented will only enhance our Williamsburg community and not diminish it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michael Hoffman.
I can't get off of it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Michael Hoffman. I am a lifelong resident of Greenpoint. I am here tonight supporting the development of Greenpoint Hospital as presented. We desperately need affordable housing, and the development of the Greenpoint Hospital will contribute to develop an historic number of affordable housing units in our community. We don't need more market housing. We need more affordable housing for families like mine and for senior citizens. And I wanted to say something about the height of the building. I live on the corner in Greenpoint, the corner of Manhattan Avenue, which has 5 40-story buildings on it. So don't start complaining about 18 stories. Come and see the 40 stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is Maria Capolongo.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, yes, I live at 127 Maspeth, right on the corner of Debevoise. And I just also want to echo everyone that's in support of this project. I think if we don't have an 18-story building, I pose a question to Max and Frank. What does that mean? I think that means that, for my estimation, that means that we either lose green space within the development or we lose units, correct? I mean, if you're trying to maintain the historic buildings, you're trying to get 550 new apartments, and you're trying to have open space. I don't see that there's an alternative to an 18-story building. So I'm in support of the project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there any other speakers, Joanna?
Yes. Anthony Goicolian.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Anthony Goicolea. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I live on Sharon Street, also across from the proposed site. And basically, I just wanted to voice my support for it. I'm really happy that they are doing something with the site and providing affordable housing. I like that they're creating green space and keeping the architectural structures, the historic structures in place. Also, I think it's great that it's a carbon neutral building and LEED certified. So just wanted to say that I, am in full support of it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that it, Joanna?
Yes, that's it on the speakers for Greenpoint Hospital.
Thank you.
This is, and Del Teague, I'd like to speak to.
Karen Navis.
Hi. I put it in the chat, but I just wanted to say, I understand, the height concerns. However, this is our opportunity to really maximize affordable housing and senior housing for our community. We've been waiting decades for this. And I, for one, rather see an 18-story building with affordable, true affordable, 100% affordable and senior housing over luxury housing that we have towers on the waterfront currently right now. So this is really going to be our only opportunity, I feel, unless you guys know of more land, to really maximize this opportunity for the community. It's long awaited, so please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Del Teague.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank you all for coming and giving us this preliminary report. I think it's going to make our job a lot easier this summer. And I have one question. I don't think I have to stress, well, I certainly know I don't have to stress to St. Nick's the desperate need for housing for seniors. So I was just wondering, how were you able to be assured that you're going to be able to set aside the units for seniors?
So one of the buildings, 109 units, it's in the old main hospital building. It's actually going to be developed under the SARA program, the set aside, the city's program for seniors, where they use, they dedicate it to that population. And so the other buildings technically can have seniors, but they're going to be regular low-income housing.
Yeah.
So there will be at least one building that will be dedicated to that population.
I think this is just amazing. Thanks.
Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 10 years ago, when I started working with GREC on this project, I couldn't have imagined a more expansive, detailed, the amenities, the 100% affordable housing. It's more than I could have thought we could have achieved 10 years ago when I started, when we were still fighting the city to get this done in the state. So I really want to congratulate Frank and his team for putting this together, and I'm very proud to be part of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia, you had your hand up.
Madam Chair, it appears that I can't access the chat, but I want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. If somebody can look at it, just to filter it, because the chat, it's active, about 11 chats, but I can't access, I can't see and read. Got it? I can only do the Q&As.
Well, does anybody know if there's questions in the chat?
Like 11 chat there, I don't know, but I can't, it shows when you click it, it shows 11, but I can't see the conversation.
I noticed I noticed the district leader Sami is asking to speak or to be recognized, something like that. In the chat. Or to.
It says that he wants to be added to the list. Don't know
The list,
exactly what that means. Is that to the list of speakers?
I believe so.
Does he want to speak on when the elected officials get ready to speak? Is that what he's trying to say? I can't see, I don't see that.
Sammy, if you're listening, if you could just,
Place them in the Q&As. If anybody has access to the Q&A, can they just put it there? Because again, I can't
They say
unmute.
can't unmute.
Yeah, I can see that when it pops up, but then you can't see, it loses it. I lose it.
he says he wants to speak for projects or on this project particularly.
It also looks as though
anybody
the
unmuted?
Congresswoman is requesting to speak before she has to leave for a vote.
We're going to wrap this part up. Thank you so much, Frank, and you and your team for doing this presentation. And we've been working on this for a long time. And I look forward to seeing the completion of this project. And hopefully everybody in the community will be happy because like Karen said, there's no more land to be found. Thank you so much. Be well, be healthy. Congressman
very much.
Maloney. You're welcome. Congressman Maloney.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to have to go and vote. This was very informative. I want to thank St. Nick's Alliance for putting this project together with so many affordable units. It's the #1 challenge in our community is affordable housing, and they've done a wonderful job of involving the community and providing green space and carbon neutral buildings. It's all very fine. I have one question of the St. Nick's Alliance. We now have some money, which we didn't have for a while, in the 202 senior program, which can help developments with subsidized senior housing. And I was wondering if you'd be interested in looking at it and seeing if it could fit or help in your project. And secondly, this is going to be such a long project and a wonderful one for the community. I was wondering if we could combine it with sort of you mentioned that you had a youth training program. See if we could put something together with the federal government too to train some of our young people in Cooper houses for careers and construction and development and this type of thing. I'd love to work with you on that, if that's possible. Secondly, we just voted a huge bill, $1.9 trillion, over $100 billion is coming into New York, and over 22 billion with direct payments to individuals, $1,400, and also the subsidized unemployment, and roughly just money for food and everything else. The MTA also got roughly $6 billion, and some of that money is coming to Greenpoint in the modernization of the entrances on Lorimer Street, Grand Street, and the Metropolitan Union Street to make it ADA accessible. And they will work with you if you want changes. I know they're coming to the community board with it, and I think that that's important. I would say the #1 challenge right now is the vaccinations. The program, the funding that we just received had over $20 billion in vaccinations, and and doses, and I'm working with the mayor's office trying to get what they call them pop-ups, where they come in, and we put in the siting of the Swinging 60s, the Polish Credit Center and Cooper houses to try to make that happen. We've been pushing. I met with them yesterday on it. They said they would do it, but it hasn't been announced yet, but I'm continue to work on that. So I wanted to give that update. I'll be chairing a committee tomorrow on making DC a state. They have people who are not given the right to vote, and it's long past due. And we are now working on a $2.2 trillion infrastructure bill, which could bring some more help to Greenpoint and Williamsburg and the city. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. Be safe, be healthy. Thank you for everything that you're doing in Washington to fight for the district.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I yield
Do you
back.
have any comments for the Congresswoman, Frank? Max?
Sure. Yeah, yes, we would love to have whatever money could come to the community, and we will work very closely with you on job training and the senior 202 and everything else. I think we
Have you
talked
ever-
about that.
Have you
And,
ever done a 202 program?
Yes, we've built 3 202s. We've worked with People's Firehouse and we operate and manage 5 of them right now. So
Okay,
we,
okay. Let's
we're
apply
happy
for
to
a
work
202.
on that.
Okay,
Yes,
let's
no, that'd be
apply for
great.
a 202. And I think that this is such an exciting project. It'd be more exciting if we were training people for good jobs in the future. And I'd love
And
to.
that's part of the plan that we're doing, both for not just for residents for Cooper, but anybody from the community. So it's a big part of what we do.
Well, that's a big inclusive thing. I thank you so much. I yield back.
Congresswoman, this is Rabbi Niederman. How are
Oh,
you?
Rabbi Niederman, good to see you.
Likewise, we see that you're in the combat gear. You really fight very hard. I think we have to look at in the jobs and workforce development programs to really devote some money geared to skills, short-term skills training programs. This is a different discussion. I don't want to elaborate, but I look forward to have this discussion with you very soon. And thank you for all what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to me. Thank you. And good to see you're healthy. Good to see you
Bye-bye,
healthy.
thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for this presentation.
Madam Chair, there's one more question regarding labor standards and community hiring. Will there be any labor standards or community hiring from Garcia? Hold on, from Crystal Garcia. On the Q&A.
So, yeah, so there definitely is going to be community hiring. St. Nick's has a workforce development center at 790 Broadway, and a big part of what we do is job training and workforce. We're going to be doing local hiring is a big part of what we're focusing on. And in terms of labor standards, yes, this is going to be meeting, high quality standards. I'm not sure exactly what the specific standards question, but we're happy to follow up with more detail if there's, specific things that that person would like to get more, information on.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions, Sonia?
Yeah,
Are there any
just,
more
Questions,
just,
it's just
just
a
to
chat of
clarify,
recollection. Yeah.
just to
Yeah,
clarify,
yeah.
Frank, you said we were looking at a June 21st certification date?
The last we heard from HPD was June 21st or 22nd max. Is that correct?
That's right, June 21st.
So, dear members of the board, it looks like we'll be meeting in July and August then.
Well,
we
gee,
were
thanks, Frank.
It's
Not me. We were trying to get it done earlier. You can blame Mr. COVID and the Department of City Planning for not moving this further, I would have loved to present this in October to y'all. That's all,
We'll do what we
So-
need to do to get it done.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank everybody for speaking on the issues. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Department of City Design and Construction. Is Mr. Blackman here? Is
I
Mr.
don't-
Blackman here?
I don't see him.
Okay, well, he's not here. Is there any questions, anybody to speak on liquor license? The district leader, Sammy Nemar. District leader, would you like to speak? You want to speak on the issue about the Greenpoint site?
What happened to Jennings Hall?
The president, I don't know if you were in the meeting when it started, but that item got pulled from the agenda, which
Okay,
was
thank you.
announced early in the
Thank
in the
you.
meeting.
Madam, he said yes, but I guess someone had to allow him to speak.
He's muted.
The district leader is unmuted.
Why
Thank
don't you
you.
try to push *6 and see if you can unmute yourself?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, I just wanted to be very brief and echo all of the neighbors and to thank St. Nick's Alliance for the presentation and to voice my strong support for the project. I do think that we need, deeply affordable housing desperately I used to live around there, and I spend most of my time in Orient Avenue, 1 block from there. And I think that, our community needs a lot of affordable housing, especially seniors. Seniors represent half of the New York City population, like 4 million. And especially in our community, longtime residents, Black and brown seniors, and others really need housing. So I'm very glad to see that it's not only deeply affordable housing, but it's green buildings, and that will also keep green space and open space to complement the park, as well as the renovations for the park that are due and needed. And so, yeah, I just wanted to be on record on that, and really excited about project. It's like a dream come true to have deeply affordable housing, especially in a rapidly area that has displacement. And thank you all for your comments and your engagement on this, and I'm very glad to see the community coming together for this.
You're welcome. Thank you. Are there any comments or any speakers on the liquor license?
Madam Chair?
Yes, there
Yes.
is.
Yes.
I have my hand up.
Yes. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, I'm just urging you all to go through the list, as I always do, to see what's near you. Be aware of coffee shops are now getting into the craze of seeking liquor licenses, and some of them have large spaces. I've gotten a number of emails about Pony Bar, which is trying to get their hours later. So pay attention to the notices. If restaurants and bars don't have notices, let me know about them. On the renewals, there's a couple that I've heard comments on in the past. If people have comments now, please get them to the board office or me, particularly Berry Park, Brooklyn Barge. Those are on the list for renewals. So now's the time to say they've either been great neighbors or bad neighbors, so we can decide what, when we meet with them, what to encourage them to do or stop doing. So go through the list and ask your neighbors about places that you see on the list. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Joanna, call the speakers that want to speak on the liquor license.
Okay, Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson. Yes, I don't see Robert Johnson on our list.
Okay, call the next speaker, please.
Francois Olivias.
Francois. Oh, hi. Okay, sorry, I was trying to get unmuted. So this is something that I brought up in the Women's Issues Committee, which Toby has been involved in from the Economic Development Committee. But some local neighbors and I started, because of COVID, the North Brooklyn Small Business Owners. We've been working on getting legislation which passed last week, which is going to bring $1 billion in rent relief. But some of the feedback that we're also getting is that because of this past year, we are losing a lot of our women and immigrant and minority owned businesses, and they are being replaced by bars. Obviously, a women's clothing store or a kid's toy store is not going to be able to pay the same amount of rent as a bar. But there's one spot in particular that I just want to bring up, and I feel like, Tom, you kind of alluded to this, is 99 Franklin Street. When they first started construction on it, the DOB certificate said there were not going to be any changes in what was there. It had been a women-owned clothing store for as long as I can remember. And I've lived in the neighborhood for probably like 17 years. And it is now a coffee shop, which is turning into a speakeasy with garden access. So there just seems to be a lot of, and on my block, there's a bunch of buildings, smaller buildings, which have been recently purchased, where the smaller developer is planning on putting bars into once were, last year were somebody's home. So I think it's just, I know that there's a 500-foot rule, but I think that we as a community really need to look at the diversity of our small businesses. We're losing hardware stores, my shop included on Franklin. The majority of the women-owned businesses that closed were also actually owned by local mothers. And so when you have shops that are owned by, local parents, you have different eyes on the street. And I think there's been so much in this past year, there's been a lot of, I don't know how to say this to the community board, but a lot of kind of debauchery in our streets and in our parks.
Please
And
summarize.
basically, I think we just need to revisit the 500-foot rule and make sure that we have a diverse portfolio when it comes to the small businesses in our community. That's it.
Thank you.
The next speaker
Okay.
is, the next speaker is John Ortiz. John Ortiz, he is not present.
Okay, next one.
The next one is Lanes Holloway.
Next speaker, please.
Lanes Holloway. Not present. I cannot find it. Cannot find them.
Okay, is there any other speakers?
Not for liquor licenses.
Thank you, Joanna. That concludes our public hearing
Sorry,
portion.
sorry, he wasn't, Mr. Robert Johnson? He said, could I speak? Was he on the speakers list? Mr. Robert Johnson, Joanna?
He's on the speakers list.
Robert Johnson for a liquor license? No. I don't see him for, I don't have a form for him.
Oh, because he's asking to speak. I don't know, but he just put it in the Q&As.
His name was mentioned before, so he's on the list.
Did he sign up to speak on this issue, Joanna?
Yes, he did sign up. I'm trying to find him here. Okay, he's unmuted now.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, but there's a lot of background noise.
Okay, hold on. Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. I just wanted to mention for Ponyboy, I'll send an email to you if that's a better way to reach someone. They're an extremely bad neighbor. And the hours they're open now, the amount of intoxicated people on the street making very, very loud noise and blocking the sidewalk from people being able to access is pretty perpetual. So I would think that if they were open later, it would just aggravate some of the issues that are already happening.
Madam Chair, this
Yes.
is Tom. I have an email from Robert Johnson, but who's speaking now?
That's me.
You're Robert Johnson? Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I do have an email from you.
Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public hearing session. We're now going to our board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence, and can we dedicate our moment of silence to our board member, Rob Solano, and his family, and all the families who've lost members during the COVID pandemic. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have the roll call vote? Roll call, please, Jerry?
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski,
Here.
Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barros,
Here.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brusitis,
Here.
Tom Burrows, Iris Cabrera,
Here.
Phil Caponegro,
Here.
Frank Carbone,
Here.
Stephen Chesler,
Here.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata,
Michael
Churchill's here.
thank you, Giovanni D'Amato,
Here.
Erin Drinkwater,
Here.
Arthur Dibinowski, P. Willis Elkins,
Here.
Julia Amanda Foster, Chairperson Fuller,
Yeah.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Here.
Moisha Indig, Bozina Kaminsky,
I'm here, present.
thank you, Avram Katz, William Klagsbold,
Here.
thank you, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza, Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Yoel Lowe? Who was that?
Jerry, did you get me, Marie?
I have you now, thank you. Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Here.
Sante Michelli,
I'm here.
thank you. Toby Moskowitz,
Here.
Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Here.
thank you. Mario Domerick,
Here.
Janice Peterson,
Here.
thank you. Dana Racklin,
Here.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Here.
thank you. James Stewart,
Here.
thank you. Del Teague,
Here.
thank you. Tommy Torres,
Here. Present.
thank you. William Vega,
Here.
thank you. Maria Vieta,
Present.
thank you. Stephen Weidberg,
Present.
thank you. Simon Weiser. Okay,
Jerry, did you get me? Frank Carbone?
yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jerry. Did you hear me say yes? I'm here. This is
No, but I
Gina
have you now.
Argento.
35 present, including Ms. Argento.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Can I have an approval of the agenda, please? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Can I have approval of the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions?
Abstaining.
Who's abstaining?
Vieira.
Okay. Maria Vieira is abstaining. Motion carried. Public session, can we have the speakers for the public session, please?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Joanne, you hear me?
yes.
There's someone that states in the Q&A, I'm sorry, I got a bad echo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's Mr. Hold on. Andrew Skanky. He submitted a request to be heard today, but didn't see it.
He is on the list, but I'm going by the order that I listed them as they came in.
Okay, so Mr. Andres, I hope you heard that.
The first one is Jeff Groner. Jeff Groner. I do not see Jeff on our list here.
Remember, each speaker has 2 minutes.
Rachel C. Rachel C is not on our list. Jay Solly. Jay Solly does not appear to be on our list either.
Next speaker.
Joseph Henney. Joseph Henney is not present. Andy McDowell. Andy McDowell. No, he is not present. Steve Williams. Okay. Steve Williams.
How you doing? How you doing? My name is Steve. Thank you, folks, for letting me speak. This is going to be very brief. How you doing? My name is Stephen Williams. I represent the Accessible Dispatch Program. It's a program that connects the community to wheelchair accessible taxis all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City. It operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No enrollment is necessary. Everyone is eligible. This is really great for the senior citizen community, also for the disabled community. These cars are larger than regular taxi cabs. They can hold a wheelchair. And the good news is that people will pay the same fare for these larger cabs as they would with a regular standardized size sedan. Each driver is trained in wheelchair securement, and the cars are clean and sanitized. The drivers wear a mask. We ask the passengers to wear a mask. We put up a shield between the driver and the passenger. And the good thing is that people can access service by downloading our app. They can do it if they have a smartphone or a iPhone. They can book trips online, or they can call our 24-hour dispatch call center. So this is a good program for everyone. You don't have to use a wheelchair. Everyone is eligible for it. You don't have to apply. And what I'll do is I'll send to the send the district manager a brochure so they can share with all of you about this fantastic program. So thank you so much for letting me speak tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, Joanna.
John Alto. I do not see Mr. Alton. Noah Jemison. Noah Jemison is not present. Salvatore Fracchino. Mr. Fracchino is not present. Shannon Phipps. Shannon Phipps, not present. Leslie Melikoff. I do not see Leslie Melikoff on our list either. Our next speaker is Leslie Wright.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm very pleased to be off mute, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm from New York State Parks. I sent out a short presentation for you all to have and look at your leisure. The purpose of me being speaking tonight at this meeting is to give you a quick update about Marsha P. Johnson State Park. As you all, I hope, know by now, we have been holding a series of public engagement, public listening sessions. Tonight, I have the tabulation and summary to share with you. For the board members, it should all be in your email boxes. The status is that so far we've had 21 hours dedicated to public input, split up in 6 different meetings. We've had really nice participation, both virtual and then in person in the park on lovely spring days. We've also had a survey that people continue to send in. So far we've had 162 responses to that survey. A variety of themes have emerged in all of the conversations. We've characterize them into 5 main themes: commemoration of the park's namesake, Marsha P. Johnson, the character for the park, the character of the park. People have been very clear that they really appreciate how rustic the park is and how imperfect the park is, and how it's just very green and open, and folks can program it for themselves as well as participate in any programs going on there. The natural landscape, the incredible river views, and this theme of sustainability, limiting pavement and asphalt, accessibility, connections. We had a really good geographic spread of respondents on I think it's the 4th slide in your handout. You'll see that a lot of the folks were very local to the park. But in addition to that, we had folks from deeper in other parts of Brooklyn, from Queens, from Bronx, from Manhattan. We got a lot of love for this park, what people enjoy about it: the waterfront, the views, the lawns, the location, picnicking. And we got really great suggestions. Again, 5 themes emerge for how best, in general terms, to commemorate Marsha P. Johnson, whether it's through signage, a plaque, or photography. The theme of gardens and flowers, flowering trees came up over and over again, as did the notion of some sort of art, public art or sculpture. And a curated path was another theme that came up over and over again to tell the story of her life. We solicited information about why people come to the park, what they like to do there in terms of programming. We've got a nice bar chart in your presentation showing some of the events that people really enjoy, as well as what people would like to see more of in the park by way of programming: performances, community events, environmental education, passive recreation. We did specifically ask about what people think about the concrete slabs. It's mixed. The next to the last slide shows that it's almost 50-50 between what people want to see as the slabs staying and the people thinking that the slabs need to be removed. To that point, I just want to make sure everyone knows that thanks to public participation and input, we've already reduced the slabs by a total of 18,000 square feet, and that 18,000 square feet of let's call it reclaimed space will be turned into green space, garden, landscaping, lawn. So what are we doing next? What we're doing next is putting together the ideas that people shared, putting them into concepts that we will then share again with the community. The final page of your presentation lists the dates of our next set of public input. We're meeting again in the park on 2 different dates for several hour chunks, and then also another set of virtual get-togethers starting April 20th, April 24th, and then the virtual is April 26th. At those 3 sessions, rather, we will be showing the concepts and getting input from people again on what they think about the concepts. Very specific questions about materials. We've heard loud and clear from pretty much everybody that people prefer naturalistic materials, certainly porous surfaces for any of the pathways. So we'll be reviewing that and getting more input on that. Once that input is gathered, we will then have final public review May 1st in person in the park for those of you who can drop by for a minute, an hour, or several hours, your choice. And then again, a final virtual session on May 3rd in the evening via Zoom. I just want to make sure everybody knows too that the infrastructure work at the park, the infrastructure construction, the stormwater management system installation and improvements, tremendous improvements with that, the irrigation system improvements, the construction of the park house, and some of the site grading, that's all continuing and on track to be completed by June so that we can get that much more of the park open. By the time we have the final listening sessions in May, we'll be able to share also with the community of when the additional improvements and very specifically the commemorative treatments to the park to honor the park's namesake, when those will be installed in the park. Because again, at this point, we don't know exactly what we're doing. We're seeking more community input. We do want to get our premium is to get the park put back together as soon as possible for the basic stuff and then add in these new elements as per additional community input. Thank you again for the time, and I have requested to make a full presentation at the next board meeting, as well as a request to make a full presentation at the next Parks Committee meeting, and look forward to sharing information then, answering any questions you all have. And thank you again.
Thank you, Leslie. Next speaker, please.
Elizabeth Regal. Elizabeth Regal's not present. The next speaker is Andrea Sensaski. Hello, Andrea Sensaski.
Yeah, thank you. Now I'm unmuted. Good evening, buenas tardes. My name is Andreas Sankai. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I've been a member of the neighborhood here in South Williamsburg for 7 years together with my wife Stephanie, and we're really excited that we're about to open an outdoor temporary plant store and garden on the intersection of Bedford and Broadway here in Williamsburg. The plant store will be centered around sustainability. We will be the first plant store to eliminate all plastic nursery pots, and we're also running completely off solar. The location, you might know it, is that triangle under the big mural, which people refer to as the Mona Lisa of Williamsburg sometimes. And we're also going to have a series of workshops and educational classes centered around sustainability and plant care. However, as much as I want you to swing by and say hi and maybe participate in the workshops as well, the request today is more centered around the adjacent George B. Post Plaza. As some of you might know, there was a big development project or renovation of the plaza that was terminated 2017, including some planters and green spaces on the plaza, but they haven't been maintained so far. So all the trees died, all the planters are now kind of like waste bins for whoever. And we wanted to offer to maintain those planters because obviously we have a connection to the topic. It was so far really hard to find out who's actually in charge of that plaza. Officially, I think it's DOT, but they're not so sure. There's a company named on the website that's not really in business anymore. I think it only has a postal address. So we just seek the support of the community board to maybe get a bit more clarity on what we can do to maintain this area. We have a group of volunteers already centered around this. We cleaned up the planters 2 weekends ago, and we would like to just offer our support, our contribution to maintain the plaza. I also heard that the maintenance was part of an agreement with the development project on 159 Broadway, the hotel, which now declared bankruptcy. So I don't know if there's anything that any one of you can help us with, but we're really just trying to get clarity on who's in charge of the maintenance. Can we help? We can also raise funds and obviously engage the entire community in our efforts. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kevin Lachera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Andreas, I think that there's some definitely committees that will be able to help you with that. That sounds like a great project that you got going. I'm going to jump in. I know I got 2 minutes. I just wanted to speak briefly on the community plan for Meeker Avenue. I think you all might remember a couple of months back, there was a paid parking plan that was put up by DOT. Community pushed back hard against, and that for many, many reasons. We don't want paid parking under the BQE. And also there's been quite a few years of work, folks wanting to make that stretch safer for everybody, cleaner, have the type of environmental justice and quality open space investments that our community deserves. And so in response to that plan from the DOT, there was a number of community visioning sessions and conversations, about the stretch, basically from Morgan down to Metropolitan. And there was a community report put together, which we presented this past week at the Community Board 1 Transportation Committee meeting. There's a number of things that we found, that we heard. Everybody here is, I think, quite familiar with all the issues underneath the BQE, but folks that we heard from, nearly, over 100 neighbors want pedestrian safety improvements, protected bike lanes, environmental justice for the communities directly impacted by the decades of harm that have been caused by the BQE, some of the highest asthma rates in the city. The amazing work that Puente is doing. They're a coalition partner with us on this. We want the space transformed from underutilized parking spaces to, so many of the things that could be underneath there. Quality open space for the community that eliminates crashes through safety improvements, protected bike lanes, safer pedestrian crossings, street redesigns to mitigate speeding, better lighting, and some of the things, folks. The report was presented to CB1 Transportation Committee. We really want transparency from the DOT going forward. We want the community involved in these conversations about these changes. This is something that cuts through all of Greenpoint and all of Williamsburg, and it shouldn't be done, under the table. It shouldn't be done quietly. All of us should be able to have a say. And there's a 25-page report that speaks to that.
Please summarize.
Thank you. There's a report that speaks to that need that many community members feel very strongly about. So that's Eric's going to talk about it, I'm sure. But
thank you. Next speaker, please.
That's it on speakers.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Okay, committee reports. SLA.
Here we go. All right, we had a meeting on March 23rd, and we had good attendance. And there were 14 new licenses. Out of those 14, the committee is recommending approval on 10 of them, which are listed on my report. We recommended denials for 2 of them because the applicants did not show up and they did not ask for a postponement. We did ask for Spritzenhaus to come back on a future date since they're going to be owned by an individual owner who was not clear to us, had any experience in running any place whatsoever, really didn't have a whole lot of information on the location he was thinking of taking over. He didn't bring his proposed managers with him, security, nightlife guidelines, his outreach to the Guernsey Street residents. So he was missing a whole lot of stuff. So we sent him on his way and said, come back another time when you're ready. We had recommended provisional approval for the Haven at 683 Grand Street. And while everyone was meeting, I scrambled and found that they did provide additional signatures from neighbors. They did provide the existing liquor license for that location, and they did provide me with the photographs of their backyard improvements. So we moved them from provisional approval to full approval. So there's 11 news that we recommend approval, 2 we recommend denial, and 1 has been postponed.
I would like to make the motion to approve the committee recommendation, please.
I'll second Phil Caponegro.
Okay, motion has been made and second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's the case to make some comments now or
The motion is on the floor. Jerry, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, Sante Micheli here.
Pardon me?
Sante Micheli, Madam Chair. I was wondering if this is the time to make some comment before it goes on the vote, specifically to one applicant, 113 Franklin Street.
Is this on the vote?
I believe it is on the vote.
No, it's not. If one would read one's report that was provided, this is not the item we're voting on right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody got a report. It's very clear about what we're voting on when. So read your report and you'll know where we are.
Thank you, Tom. Can we have a roll call vote?
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Beaumonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brazetis.
Yes, but I have to recuse on OB Hospitality Beck and Call.
I used to take many years ago.
Can you repeat that, please?
I support the motion, but I need to recuse myself on OB Hospitality Beck and Call.
You're fading. OB Hospitality.
Correct.
Yes, it's number 9 on the list.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirchella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Thank you, Erin. Arthur Dibanowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Gross.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. No vote. Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Avram Katz. No vote. William Klagsbold.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau. No vote. Maria Lianza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. No vote. Yo Lo.
Yes.
Yes. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Yes. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Yes. Toby Moskowitz. No vote. Martin Needleman. No vote. Rabbi Niederman. No vote. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Karen votes yes. Mario Damrock.
Yes.
Yes. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Thank you. Bella Sable. No vote. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Solano.
Yes.
Thank you. James Stewart.
Yes.
Thank you. Del Teague.
Yes.
Thank you. Tommy Torres. No vote. William Vega.
Yes.
Thank you. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Simon Weiser. No vote.
Yeah.
35 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, and 1 partial recusal. Motion carries.
Thank you. Please continue, Tom. Tom?
There are 8 renewal applications. The committee reviewed all those applications. The lists were sent to both the 9-0 and 9-4 precincts. They had no issues or concerns with any of the renewals. So the committee is recommending that the board approve all of the renewal applications.
I would like to make the motion to approve the renewal application.
Joel
Second.
Gross, second.
Who did the second?
Joel Gross, second.
Okay, Bob and Joe, roll call vote, please, Jerry.
Okay, this is the second vote for the SLA committee on renewals. Gina Argento.
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tion Brooks.
Yes.
Eric Brazetis. No vote. Thomas Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Was that Eric in the background?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. How do you vote?
Yes.
Yes on renewals. Thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Thank you. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Thank you. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Thank you. Erin Drinkwater. No vote. Arthur Dibinowski. Erin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Thank you. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Thank you. Moisha Indig.
Connection, Jerry.
Moisha Indig. Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Thank you. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. Yoel Landau. Marie Leanza. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe.
Did you hear me, Marie? I said yes, Jerry.
Thank you, Marie. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Thank you. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. No vote. Martin Needleman. No vote. Rabbi Niederman.
Yes.
Thank you. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Thank you. Mario Dommerk.
Yes.
Thank you. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Dana Recklin.
Yes.
Thank you. Bella Sable. No vote. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Solano.
Yes.
Thank you. James Stewart.
Yes.
Thank you. Del Teague.
Yes.
Thank you. Tommy Torres. No vote. William Vega. No vote. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Jerry Williams says both yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Stephen Weidberg. No answer. Simon Weiser. No vote. $35 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Motion on renewal passes.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right, there were two previously postponed item and an item that got lost in the shuffle. Elite BK, doing business as Elite at 128 Metropolitan Avenue, had been advised to go out and do additional outreach to the neighbors. They went and they have a great fan on the community board, Ryan Koonin, who came and spoke on their behalf and assured us that they've done lots of outreach, and so we're recommended approval on that one. 620 Laura LLC, which is a pizza place on Lorimer Street. We lost them off the calendar, so we put them on our April 27th calendar. And then 113 Franklin Dining had come to the board before. We had recommended that they do additional outreach with the neighborhood association and get more signatures. They did meet with the Milton Street Association. They agreeing to all of the stipulations that are contained in the community board application, and the Milton Street Block Association reported to us that they were working on a contract with the neighborhood, which was with their lawyer, which I received today. The committee recommended approval on that, with me abstaining from that because I had no paperwork to read. I received the contract today. I'm still abstaining because I cannot agree to one of the paragraphs that's in this contract. I would agree to approving them under the community board stipulations and guidelines. And I believe the neighborhood is willing to go along with them because they've entered into an agreement with them. But I cannot agree to a contract that says that it will take precedence over the community board stipulations. So basically, we're recommending approval on the two of them, with me abstaining on the second one, and the third one being put over to another meeting.
Yes, again, I would like to make the motion to approve the 3 items from our list that was previously postponed. Please.
Second.
I love
Eric.
Who made the second?
Eric.
Can we make some comment before the votes, Madam Chair? Can I be recognized?
Yes, Santos.
Thank you. I believe this is a bigger community issue. I want to clarify that several block associations that have come together, as you can see from the agreement. So the thousands of people are involved. I'm one of these representatives. I believe I really humbly ask Tom really to embrace the work of the community. We are somehow trying to do part of the work of the committee. Finally, there is a larger community that is trying to find a balance to a very complex issue. As you see, other people spoke today, that we have a proliferation license. This is a restaurant, and we made some agreement. I understand there may be a conflict of interest, but one of our board member in this community is also a lawyer, and I understand that, but we're trying to fulfill a void because the stipulation, they don't cover all the specific. We have went into so many other specific, and I believe we have done this before. There is a telling history in our neighborhood that we have been very verbal even before the pandemic about this. And we have come to agreement where we have inserted attach our agreement together with the stipulation to complement them, because they are generic and they're not perfect. And the stipulation were done before the conversation that started with the community. So I believe it very humbly, I'm saying it is very important work we are doing. We are spending tons of time in filtering, and I call for a collaboration with the SLA committee, and I want to make sure that this agreement is attached just to do something educational. The Sidewalk Cafe has been suspended, and I believe that Tom Barrows wasn't fully aware on the 23rd meeting. Because it has been suspended, we have made an agreement where we come to the point that this applicant is not going to use the street to build structure, and is going to use the sidewalk because he can use it anyway based on the open restaurant program, but he's going to use it with added regulation. So it's a lot of work. It is very complex and it takes a lot of energy. So without this collaboration, we cannot make this happen. This is not my choice. I want to make sure this is a coalition of a large neighborhood. It's not the Milton Street Block Association. It's far bigger than that. I'm talking in name of thousands of people right now. So I don't know how we're going to vote for or how, but how we're going to make adjustment. But our agreement needs to be incorporated into the stipulation, and each one have to complement each other. I don't want to do the job of Tom. I respect. I know he does a lot of work.
Then I suggest that we float it past the borough president's attorney and ask whether the community board can incorporate outside organizations' stipulations to their agreements.
Madam Chair, I have a question. It's Karen Nieves.
Yes, Karen.
What is the difference between our stipulations versus what the community is allowing them to do? I'm not understanding.
The question is to me, Karen?
Yes.
Karen,
So in other words, what has the community agreed to that the community board SLA committee's policy does not allow? That's what I'm asking. What is the difference?
I believe, Karen, what we have done, and I asked when I sent it to community board, I spoke with Jerry, asked what to do, and I sent it. I asked to have that forward to the whole committee. I believe Tom had responded. I don't know if you received that. What it really does is just complementing, is entering in detail that the stipulation, they're well done, but they are done generically, definitely, because an applicant come to the community board, and so it doesn't get into the specific. We should get into the specific when there is a community that requests specifics, and we are working on the specifics. So we are complementing the committee, and we don't want to prevail on the committee, but we are the one impacted, and we are doing the heavy lifting right now. I believe what it does, to answer to you, is adjust the hours even more, adjust the displacement, for example, the table. There is no sidewalk. You have not implemented the stipulation to provide a comprehensive vision of what is happening today with the open restaurant. So there is no connection. There's even the committee is not fully aware. What can you do based on the open street? So that's what we're trying to do. But we did that before, so I don't understand why we did it with the Fulgurances, 132 Franklin. We did with the former Budin, doesn't exist anymore. We did with Oxomoco on Greenpoint Avenue. We have a legacy of this work, and we want to encourage other parts of the community to do this, because this is the only tool we have left. We talk about proliferation, the lack of diversity of retail, 500-foot rule that are not respected. That's what we're doing. And this is a restaurant, we have approved it. Other, we're going to battle to the end if there are 100 liquor licenses on the same block. So it's really complementing. I invite you, Karen, to look at that. And I have to say, this applicant, I believe it's a very respectful person. You know, it's not trying to do anything deceiving. It's a restaurant. This location, particularly 113 Franklin, fell within the spatial zoning of the industrial, but that allowed this. It was a larger space, so most likely has not been taken away from a 300 square foot potential retail business. Could be a woman business, could be some other creative business for the community. I believe this is the complexity of the work that we are doing in a fabric that we know very well, which is the fabric of our community here and of our neighbor. So I don't know how, in what way, but this needs to happen. So I ask Tom Barrow if I'm the, I don't know, it can work with us, really. We don't want to.
I have a comment question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Steve.
Thank you.
Hand up first.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you. Tom, my question is, and I probably missed it in reading all these things that we have in the email, was their stipulation, I think what you quoted was the fact that they're going to bypass whatever stipulations the community board has put in place? Is that what you were stating? I'd like some clarification.
Karen?
And also when we're voting, are we voting on all three?
We can separate out. We can separate
Okay.
out.
I think we should. But I would like clarification about the stipulation bypass. Is that what you were stating? That whatever the board has.
I
in
got the
place-
question, Karen. Don't ask it again. I don't want to hear the question a second time.
I'm sorry, Tom. It's Julia. It's not Karen. So is that it? I'm not sure.
The committee spent years revising the questionnaire that the community board took forever to approve because we had to put certain things in it. We can't just willy-nilly change things without the full board considering what the changes are going to be. The contract arrived today. The contract is 5 pages long. It's in addition to the stipulations and agreements that we worked out over years that applicants had to fill out before they had to post their things in the window and notify their neighbors what they're doing. Everything we do is advisory. The SLA can do whatever the damn hell they want to do with the liquor license. They do not have to listen to us. There's nothing that says they have to listen to us. Our state assembly people and state senators have never made it a requirement that the SLA has to listen to anything we say. All we do is recommend approval. The 500-foot hearing, the community members can easily go up to the Harlem State Office building. I've done it many times and make presentations and the SLA will listen. But to attach a 6-page contract to an agreed upon system that we have for the community board for every single liquor license that comes along is going to be problematic, especially when it says in the event of a conflict between the stipulation, the terms of the agreement shall govern.
Thank you, Tom.
So-
That's all I was asking. Thank you for the
So-
clarification for both Julia and I.
Clarification.
Can the committee accept this as a friendly amendment to the committee's recommendation?
No.
But I have to say, Tom, we went up to SLA many times with other
Yes, you can go to the SLA all you want.
But why we have to do when we have come and when we went in front of the judge, SLA has spent hours in the past. Now with the COVID, it's even more difficult. So we need to work with a community, which is a bigger, wider community today, and as a voice. And really, I know you're doing a lot of work.
So speak to your assemblywoman and your state senator.
And we'll do that too. In the meantime, we cannot damage the community, and you're the only person that has the ability to really collaborate with this community, as I know you are doing all the time. And so I know that, and that's what I'm calling you.
Hello. Listen, this seems like an issue that's going to have to be talked about in the meeting. Is it necessary for this vote?
Madam Chair, the committee is recommending approval on the first two and a postponement on the third. I'm abstaining on the vote on the second.
So it's included in the vote?
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to propose a friendly amendment to the motion that the community agreement be included, and that the applicant basically adhere to both agreements, both the community board agreement and to the community, the block associations agreement.
Can I second the friendly
And we
amendment?
they haven't. Okay, good.
I have a question, Del, here. Are we sure that there's no conflict? I just want to make sure that there's nothing in this community agreement that lets them off the hook for something that we've been, we've been requiring.
As I said, it's a six-page contract that came in today.
So.
And it says that if there's a conflict between ours and theirs, they will overrule us.
So I don't know how to vote on this if we don't know if there is an inherent conflict,
Maybe we might need to postpone them.
Or no, but this is, I mean, again, our committee did something. How can we vote on something we haven't read? I want to vote. Can we separate out the friendly amendment? Because some of us might vote no on a friendly amendment, but we haven't read. I mean, again, if this was a bike lane, there'd be no, hey, let's throw on a friendly amendment. We have to read it. If it came in today and the committee chair is saying it's not enough time, we could send this afterwards, but he can.
I agree. I think either we need to postpone it because I'm sorry, I did not read the amendment, and especially if it came in today, I definitely did not read it. So, I'd like to postpone it.
And that restaurant.
Ryan, somebody speaking.
Or Tom, speak for the restaurant. They didn't want to postpone. They said it was unfair. Say what happened at the meetings.
Ryan, somebody speaking.
I can't even remember what happened at the meeting.
The restaurant has been coming since September.
Yes, I have no problem with this restaurant. The committee has no problem with this restaurant. The problem I have is that the community wants to attach its agreement to the community board agreement, and I don't know that the community board can attach other organizations' contracts to its agreements. I'm recommending approval, and the community seems to be approving the restaurant. They have their own arrangement with the restaurant, which they can then talk to the SLA about. And I also have a problem that it says in the event of a conflict between the stipulations that are the community boards and the terms of the community agreement shall govern, which is basically saying the community group is going to tell the community board what to do. They can have their agreement. Where I'm okay with this guy opening his restaurant. I have no problem with him opening his restaurant. I'm concerned that we can't attach community agreements to community board resolutions.
But the stipulation of the board are generic, and really that's why the damage came. And really that we had a beautiful relation with this applicant. So as you don't have problem, the community has no problem, and the applicant has no problem. So this is the ideal. This avoid any possible conflict in the future. I don't know how you're reading that, but really this is just to supply the genericity
because everything is a precedent. The Supreme Court rules that certain people are not human beings. That goes on for 50 years. We rule that we can attach a community contract to our stipulations. Everybody else is going to come in with community contracts.
No, Tom, can we separate these items and vote on them separately? The community contract and the SLA contract?
Oh, I can't. It's the contract.
The
contract is between the restaurant and the community. It's not
between the restaurant and the community.
Yes, we have our steps, and we're agreeing that the guy can open.
But we need to do like.
This is Bożena. I think Tom you are absolutely correct, and I'm supporting your statement. We can't vote on something that it's prepared by a group and maybe contrary to what the community board stands for. And the restaurant and the block association, they may have as many agreements as they want, but they not should be connected with us. I don't think so.
Okay, can I?
Bogdan,
Can I speak also? I want to.
wait a minute, Bogdan. Unmute
Propose
yourself.
that we're gonna vote on everything what was approved by the committee except 113 Franklin Dining. So we should vote on 113 Franklin Dining separately.
Yeah, that's the
Gina?
approval. That's the approval of Elite and the postponement of 620 Lower. Those two items we're recommending approval and postponement on those. Those are simple. And
Okay.
Ryan did
Gina had a comment.
great job with Elite.
Oh, can I make a comment? I don't know if I am mute now.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
The owners of this restaurant have been extremely cooperative. They met with us in January. We postponed and asked them to meet with the Block Association. They postponed. They met with the Block Association. They are really to their best trying to work with everyone. And I feel like they're really being like in the middle of this. I mean, they will accept our stipulations, and I think they have gone beyond wanting to work with everybody. So it would be unfair to postpone them one more time because they've been cooperating. They just want to do what they feel is in the best interest of the community. So, I mean, they're willing to go with the stipulations that we are proposing, and we already postponed them. Just feel badly postponing them again, that's all.
Well, the contract that they sent in today is stating that whatever stipulations we have in place, if it doesn't meet with what they want, they will override it. So that's a problem.
This is Mary O'Donnell. Can I say something?
Yes, Mary.
Thank you. It sounds like they want to supersede our guidelines. So why don't they just go back and change the wording that they will abide by our guidelines, and there should not be any issue. It's a wording issue. Tom, how do you feel about that?
We have always had our stipulations, which they sign, which we sign off on, which gets sent to the SLA, and neighborhood groups enter into contracts with restaurants, and they can submit them to the SLA because there's community input at the SLA, and then they have that contract to, you know.
The wording of the contract needs to say that they will abide by our guidelines, period.
Yeah, but that means every single bar we're going to have to write contracts for. And we need then to have a committee get together and rewrite the stipulations for the full community board so that every bar has the same 12 pages of stuff they have to sign. I have a job. I don't have time to write contracts. So if somebody wants to write contracts and get it passed through the full board process, fine. But, you know, going way back to the day when we were meeting in the cold in the firehouse, trying to write these agreements that would work with the, you know, the bars and everything else, we can certainly write a more expansive thing that the bars can either agree to or not agree to. We have had many bars and hotels come and say they won't sign the stipulations, and they go to the SLA and get approved anyway. But I don't know that we can agree to incorporate a community group contract with a business owner into the community board, and then the, you know, I don't know that we can do that. It took forever to get the full board to just vote on the ones we have now.
Okay.
But we have done that before. We have attached
Sante, who wrote the contract that you submitted to us today?
a lawyer is one of the residents, is one of the board member of one of the block
So
association.
can you go back to that lawyer and ask him to change the wording, take out the phrase that says that they can supersede our guidelines? Just take that out, period.
I know, but then if we don't specify, if your guidelines are generic and say that you can have, you can stay until 2 o'clock in the morning, when this community has agreed that you can stay until 10, then something, or we change the stipulation and
If I may, let me try to put an end to this. If people are troubled just by, Mary, that one stipulation, then adopt the block association's recommendations with that sentence stricken, period. If you're okay with the rest of it, except for that one statement, strike it and approve it with the balance.
That seems to be what I'm saying.
But we don't need the permission from the block association. This will be the recommendation of the board.
Okay.
With that item that Tom has a problem with stricken from the report.
I think that makes sense, and it also then doesn't postpone the restaurant, which apparently has been trying to be cooperative.
You're right.
And can we say that a year from now, Sante, we will review how it's all worked?
If somebody doesn't like our stipulation and our questionnaire, then I'm more than willing to have them write up a new one and then try and get it through the full board process.
Either way, these are demonstration things that we're trying some new ideas, and so they should be reviewed at a certain point, that's all.
My suggestion for paragraph 1, had the lawyer bothered to call the chair of the committee before he sent us the contract, was that the stipulations are incorporated by reference. However, in the event of a conflict between the stipulations and the terms of the agreement, the most restrictive will apply.
That would have been nice.
Sorry, if the time.
I think we need to follow Jerry's advice and vote on this and strike out the sentence. And like Tom said, if somebody want to write a new stipulation, write a new stipulation. We cannot resolve this and sit here all night. So let's take a vote to strike that sentence out.
Well, I amended it, but
We have a motion on the floor. Point of order, we have a motion on the floor. So Bogdan either needs to rescind his motion or
There was no
something.
second to the
It didn't
motion,
get
Mr.
second.
Brusitis.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But I thought Eric seconded it.
Yes, there was. a
Wait,
second.
did Tom, are you proposing
Yes, I
a change of the first line?
Paragraph
amendment?
1, I'm suggesting
my
that in the event of a conflict between the stipulation and the terms of this agreement, the more restrictive will apply.
That works.
Because it seems the concern is that we're too lax, so the more restrictive one will apply. Not that they will their agreement shall govern, but that the more restrictive will apply.
I just have a question because then there was an amendment from Chesler and second by Trina. Is that still on the floor?
I don't know what that was.
That was
The original
to keep,
motion- The original motion has precedent, so I'm not
Okay.
sure that was in order.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Clarification, was the second motion in order?
We didn't have a second on the first one. We have to vote out the first one.
I was the second on the first one, Dialis, but
I didn't hear you. There
withdraw
was two
my-
people speaking and I was trying to figure out who was making the second, never did before somebody started talking.
Yeah,
Okay,
Eric
well,
was on the first one.
I withdraw my second so that we can do it right.
Okay, this is very complicated. So if we vote on the first vote, that include everything, right?
Yeah.
And to make that easier, I withdraw my first motion to vote on everything or every item.
Is there a second?
I second.
I
Okay,
second that.
motion has been made,
There's no sec-
motion has
there's
been
no-
made by
there's-
Bogdan,
There's
second
no,
by Tion.
there's no vote required for Bogdan to withdraw his motion.
Okay, great. Okay, that motion has been withdrawn. Now we have to have the stipulation that Chester recommended.
And Steve, do we want to amend that or can we amend that to?
Well, no, I
include
thought
the
it-
language that
I
Tom
thought
just
the
made?
original motion superseded that, so now that it's been withdrawn, does that cancel out the amendment motion?
Yes, because it was on that motion.
I thought we were at a friendly place where Tom was going to reintroduce his motion with the friendly amendment.
Okay, Tom, you want to reintroduce your,
Am I not right, Tom? You're muted, Tom.
Oh, I am? Because my little green thing is on. All right, whatever. My report said the applicant would be entering into would agree to the stipulations in the Community Board 1 application and will enter into a contract with the Milton Street Association. That's what my report says. Then I believe Sante wanted to incorporate the agreement into our report, which I said I didn't think could happen because they were asking to be the one that governs the agreement. So I suggested the change would be that in the event of a conflict between the stipulations and the terms of this agreement, that the most restrictive will apply, not the agreement shall govern. But that would require Sante's motion to have that agreement incorporated into our report.
Sounds like a plan.
But did Sante, this is Bożena, did Sante made a motion to make the amendment to your report?
Well, it's not going to get into my report unless somebody puts that agreement into the report. I just referred to a contract with the Milton Street Block Association, the Milton Street Association. I don't say that it's part of what we're agreeing to. We weren't part of the contract. We didn't sign it. So, you know.
Okay, Tom, what are you proposing for them to vote on?
I was proposing that we just approve the person's application and leave it at that, and that they've got a contract with the business owner. They can enforce the contract through whatever means that contracts get enforced.
But Tom, excuse me for the, I believe what we did it before, we did it with 132 Franklin, we did it with Oxomoco. I mean, we were there in person. We even signed in front of the committee at the time when everything was in person, and it was bonding, right, with the license. It's important that this contract is attached to the license. I can't hear you. You're muted.
We ask applicants to make agreements with the neighborhood, and then you guys come in and say you've got an agreement with them, and then they say, okay, then we approve their application. We never incorporate the agreement.
We did that. There is record, Tom. 132 Franklin and both Oxomoco. We have recorded that.
We can have Joanne dig out the files then, and we'll see what's in the minutes. Since no one takes minutes, lots of luck finding that out.
You had said that before, that our agreement, they went together and they were attached to the application.
We put them together with a paperclip. We do not say that the community board is voting to be a part of the contract.
Okay, can we get a second on Tom's motion so we can move on?
I second.
Bożena and Phil, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
We're recommending that the community board approve Elite Brooklyn's application and 113 Franklin Dining's application and postpone 620 Lore's application. And that as to the 113 Franklin, the applicants agreed to the stipulations in the application of Community Board 1 and will be entering into a contract with the Milton Street Association. That's that report.
Gina Argento,
I abstain.
Ogden Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brazedas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Abstain.
Michael Chirichella,
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata,
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato,
No.
no. Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
yes. Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Abstain.
Sante Michelli,
Abstain.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Abstain.
Mario Damark,
Yes.
One sec.
Janice Peterson,
Abstain.
Dana Racklin,
Abstain.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano.
Yes.
I'm sorry? Rob?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. James Stewart? James Stewart? Del Teague?
Abstain.
Tommy Torres? William Vega?
Abstain.
Maria Vieira?
Abstaining.
Stephen Weidberg? Stephen Weidberg? Simon Weiser? No vote. "22 yes, 1 no, 10 abstention, motion passes."
Thank you, Jerry. Does that complete your report,
So
Tom?
the last item is I need a letter from the community board to the SLA regarding an applicant that we recommended approval on January 26th, Baba Cool LLC, which is at 47 Wither Street. They had agreed with a meeting with us and with the neighbor to work on ameliorating their backyard space, reducing hours, do soundproofing, et cetera. And we've been advised by neighbors on all three sides that none of that is being done. They've made the surface even harder. They're putting in a something similar to a bocce court in the backyard. So we're asking that the community board send a letter to the SLA saying that the applicant has not followed its agreement with the community board and the neighbors in the development of its backyard, and that they should consider that in their review of their liquor license application. And also to ask the SLA that since this is going to be an increasing problem as small buildings, first floors are being changed from apartments into tiny commercial spaces with backyards, that this is going to be an increasing problem and that the SLA needs to take some kind of a position or guidelines on alcohol consumption in backyards and residential areas, and either consider denying the use of backyards or extremely reducing the hours of backyard usage. We can't get so I need a letter outlining that to the SLA from the full board.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to second William Vega.
Who second?
William Vega.
Vega? Okay, it's
Yes.
been motion's been made in second. Capanego, William Vega. Roll call vote, please.
And if you remember, Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Thank you. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron Drinkwater. Thank you. Arthur Dubinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster. No vote.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. You only vote once. Joel
Okay.
Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes.
Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
No.
No. Joel Landau. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Thank you. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Thank you. Maria Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Thank you. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. James Stewart.
Yes.
Del Teague.
Yes.
Thank you. Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weiberg. Simon Weiser. Yes, 1 no, no abstentions. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. Does that conclude your report, Tom?
That's it on the SLA. The next committee meeting is April 27th at 6:30. Please go through the list that's in the public session and comment on any of those. Also, just a quickie, the Public Safety Human Service Committee has a meeting on Wednesday, April 28th at 6:30 to hear about the proposed shelter at 39 Ainsley Street. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Tom. We have a lot more committee reports. We have a lot, we have to vote on them. So we're going to the B rule. Those of you who don't know what the B rule is, the B rule is be brief, be bright, and be gone. Everybody got that? Next item, next committee report is capital budget. Gina?
Okay. Good evening. Brief. The Capital Budget Committee met on March 10th to review comments received on the preliminary budget for the fiscal year 2022 and discuss the next steps in the budget timeline. There were 2 written comments received at the Brooklyn Community Board office. The written comments were on the improvement to handball courts in McCarren Park and on the renovation of the artificial turf field of the park at Kent Avenue, the East River. On the improvement to the handball courts in McCarren Park, Ms. Del Teague spoke about the importance of handball courts, and the committee members agreed. Handball courts are frequently used by community since many people enjoy playing handball. Playing handball has been a large part of the culture for those who grew up in Brooklyn and remain so today. Furthermore, it is affordable for both adults and children. It was noted that this is a priority of one of the comments that was received under the capital budget priorities for fiscal year 2022. That was approved by the full board on November 10th, 2022. On the renovation of the artificial turf field of the park at Kent Avenue, East River, the committee agreed to add this item to the capital budget and expense budget priority for fiscal year 2022. Mr. Weiberg spoke about the ongoing renovation of the synthetic turf of the field reconstruction of Steinberg Park. This is one of his favorite parks. He related that has been a past history of problems with the synthetic turf that has resulted in new renovations and asked why. Ms. Barrows noted that affordable housing is our top priority and of critical need in our community. An adequate supply of decent affordable housing must be available at various income levels. Affordable housing is documented as a priority item in our district needs. In review of the next steps in the capital budget timeline, a statement on the preliminary budget for the fiscal year 2022 letter, also known as letter of comment, is to be sent to the Office of Management and Budget. It was first decided, it was first decided that the capital budget send the email. We talked about sending an email to the community board members so that they would have further opportunities to include their comments. And they were given a deadline of March 25th. However, further comments were not received, therefore March 31st meeting to review these comments did not take place. Mr. Weinberg noted that importance of committee members attending the committee meetings, since if committee members don't attend, we don't have a quorum, and we did not have a quorum at the committee meeting. Okay, so the next step is the letter of comments that is to be sent. And it was prepared. It's attached to the report, and we would need a vote because it needs a quorum vote. And in the letter of comments, what it includes is the capital budget and expense budget priority for fiscal year 2022 report that was already voted on in November and November 10, 2020, and will also include the 2 written comments we received. Therefore, we will need a vote on this preliminary report that is attached to my report. And I don't think I need to read it at this point because it was attached. That's where I'm at. Yes? Can we have a vote or?
We get a motion?
I second the motion.
Who made the motion? Was it Tion?
Yes,
Yeah,
Tion Brooks.
and Bogdan.
Tion Bogdan. Okay, Jerry, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusadas, Tom Burrows, Iris
Yes.
Iris
Yes.
Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone, sorry,
Yes. I'm not.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata, Tish, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
thank you. Erin Drinkwater, Arthur Dibin, thank you. Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozana Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeeva,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Adamrick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer,
Yes.
Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser, 31 in the affirmative, 0 no, 0 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you. Next meeting, we will talk about the next committee meeting. I don't know how to say it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Land use?
Good evening. All right, I'm going to try to make this as brief as I can. So we had a joint meeting with the Environmental Committee, specifically with respect to the 315 Berry Street application. So the first item that I'm going to talk about is 114 Kingsland Avenue. And the applicant was asking for a use variance in land that is now zoned M11 in order to build a 4-story residential building with 8 market rate units. The odd thing about this situation is that historically this lot had been used residentially, but then the house burned down in 1965. So then the land reverted to the manufacturing use. The lot that's we're talking about is bordered on either side by residential buildings. So the committee pointed out the board's policy to protect our manufacturing sites. We also realized that there are, the lot is surrounded by residential use. What the committee recommended, and we voted to allow, but I need the board to approve this. We voted to allow the presenter to go back and speak to the applicant, their client, and to come back to the committee to discuss a compromise.
What
either
address
with
is she talking about?
Excuse me, Jerry?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Duana and shut off my mic. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So the committee voted to allow the presenter to go speak to the applicant and to come back to discuss a compromise, either with an offer of affordability or an agreement to request a change to a commercial or manufacturing with a residential overlay. So the vote was 17 in favor, 1 against. So again, I need a vote from the board to approve that we can allow the presenter to come back and talk to us about a compromise.
Is there a
I'll
second?
make a motion.
Trina?
I'll second.
Phil, roll call vote, please, Jerry.
This is 114 Kingsland Avenue, Dell, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
114 Kingsland.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brizadas.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Eric?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. No vote. Teresa
Yes.
Cinciata.
Michael Chiricelli, yes.
Thank you. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
No.
No. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Yes. Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Yes. Joel Gross. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Yes. Moisha Indig. Bozena Kamensky.
Yes.
Thank you. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
No.
No. Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Yes. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Yes. Sante Michelli.
No.
No. Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Yes. Marriott Amherst.
Yes.
Yes. Janice Peterson. No vote. Dana Recklin.
Yes.
Yes.
Jerry, yes, for me, Jan.
Okay, thank you. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. No vote. Rob Solano. No vote. James Stewart.
Yes.
Yes. Del Teague.
Yes.
Yes. Tommy Torres. No vote. William Vega.
Yes.
Yes. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Yes. Stephen Weidberg. No vote. Simon Weiser. No vote.
And Jerry, Bella keeps on voting but not getting through.
Well, I can't help you there. Sorry, I'm in the tally.
Just letting you know. Mm.
28 yes, 3 no, 0 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. Does that complete your report?
No,
Del?
no, I have several others, I'm afraid. The second is, I do not need a vote on this. Department of City Planning presented a citywide text amendment. And they're going to come back either in May or June to give more details. Just briefly, one is on the hotel special permit amendment that we've already approved. The other is going to be a fresh program incentivizing creation of grocery stores selling fresh foods. There's an amendment to allow gyms and martial arts studios as of right, and an amendment to allow open restaurants in the street as of right. Again, they just went over it briefly, and they will come back with a more detailed presentation. Okay, the next item is 315 Barry Street. This is the one where that item that we met jointly with the environmental committee. And so when I tell you what our recommendation I'm giving for the land use, and I'm hoping that Steve Chesler will be able to give the recommendation from his people, his committee. In my opinion, they're essentially the same, but you know, I'd like Steve to speak for the environmental committee, if that's okay. So this is the request for a special permit to allow construction of an electric utility substation on the roof of the existing loft building. It's used residentially. I believe it's under the loft law. This kind of a system would be as of right in a manufacturing district, but in a residential district, they need a special permit, and we really don't have much of an experience. I don't think we have any experience at this point to see how it would impact on the residents of the building. So there was considerable opposition by the tenants, who complained that the landlord has a history of being unresponsive to repair requests, and said also that there's a question of the structural stability of the building. There's a vacate order at this point for one side of the building because segments of the facade keep falling off. Now, the applicant, on the other hand, said that assured us it was a safe system, assured us that the building, in its opinion, is structurally safe. They said that with mitigating techniques, they could get the noise level to be brought within regulation standards. It was unclear to the committee, I think, what that really meant. The tenants also complained that the applicant, although the applicant said it has done outreach to the tenants, the tenants said that that's not true at all, that they haven't made any good faith attempts, and that they haven't talked to the tenants about what their rights would be with respect to damage in the installation. Or the installation would also involve putting in steel beams, and they would have to put in a whole new roof system to prevent leaks and damage to the tenants. The tenants also asked us to consider the long-term effect of interference on their lives during construction, which is projected to take at least 4 months. So the recommendation of the land use committee was to disapprove the project at this time until the landlord and the company can do a better outreach with the tenants, working with them to resolve issues and involve the tenants in the process. The committee also encouraged the city and the applicant to look to installation of these energy storage systems in manufacturing districts at this point. And then once they are installed and functioning in those areas, we will be able to evaluate whether the systems are appropriate for installation in a residential area. So the vote from the land use committee was 10 in favor of that, 3 no and 1 abstention. And I'm hoping that Steve could report what the environmental committee members recommended, so that we can just vote on it once. I don't think we can really split up our vote here.
Okay, is that all right, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Del. Yeah, the environmental committee, we had one short of a quorum, but we formed a consensus. We essentially liked the project. The main problem they're trying to help solve by installing this energy storage system on the roof is the overloaded conduit system in North Brooklyn that lends itself to having these peaker power plants like the one on Kent Avenue next to Grand Ferry Park. And what they pointed out is that over time, that during peak times, especially in the summer, that the usage is going to greatly outpace the capacity of the current system, which will lend itself to outages, blackouts, and brownouts. There are ones that in Queens that have been pretty bad, and in Brooklyn. And they pointed to the catastrophes in Texas and California where their energy systems fail. And so this system would store energy and during peak times, inject it into the system, and it would work even during outages. And it would work especially, it would benefit the tenants in the building and buildings and users nearby, during an outage. And they specifically addressed the fears that were brought up during the full board meeting presentation related to sound, to toxicity. The system does not emit EMFs, beyond any quote unquote normal level. Way below, say, cell phone transponders that are on a lot of buildings, and so our committee unanimously basically said we endorse the project because feel like they're potentially going to install a new roof, which is greatly needed in the building, and they convinced us that the building essentially can withstand the load of the units of these steel dunnage beams. But the issue that we also had was the complaints from the tenants. There were 7 written complaints, and then there were 2 tenants who live on the top floor who spoke very passionately about the current problems and the potential problems that would occur. As Dale mentioned, this partial vacate order because the facade of the building is bulging and there's debris falling, and there just seems to be a breakdown in communication and trust between the tenants, the landlord, and MGN. And the MGN made a lot of overtures towards remedying that, which we appreciated. So essentially our vote, which was unanimous 5-0, was that we could not recommend it, even though we like the project in general, dealing with climate change and reducing the noxious and toxic emissions that peaker plants produce. But we want is the landlord, MGN, and the tenants to be in agreement about the potential construction and installation of this problem and the existing issues with the facade, ceiling, and walls that are seem to be falling apart, that is fully resolved. And so, so that was essentially the Cliff Notes version of my report, which was submitted, and the presentation is available with the community board, which is also a heavy file as well. So I believe that is it. Thank you.
So essentially, we both committees agreed to disapprove at this time until the landlords, the company and the tenants can try to work together and resolve at least most of these issues. And there was a recommendation that the city and the applicant start looking at manufacturing districts and start, encourage putting these systems in the manufacturing area. So can we have a vote?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there
I'll
a second?
second.
I second.
Who second?
William Vega.
Rena and Vega, roll call vote, Jerry.
So Dell, we're going to 315 Berry Street. It's the
It
recommendation
is,
of both
yes.
Land Use Committee and the Environmental Committee to oppose the project. Is that correct?
Yes, to oppose it at this time until and invite them to come back, really, so that the landlord and the company and the tenants have a chance to get together and try to work through some of the issues, and also to work through the issue of how sturdy the effect that of the falling debris will have on the stability of the building.
So are you opposing with conditions, or are we opposing?
We are disapproving at this time and inviting them to come back once they have a chance to try to overcome the disparity in the issues that the tenants have raised. And we do encourage the city to look to encouraging these ESS systems in our manufacturing district.
So the environmental committees, we were a little different. We supported the project in essence, and we're okay with it being installed in a residential building. It was just the same issues and conditions in terms of, tenant resolution and fixing the building before they actually do the construction.
Yeah, the land use committee is not absolutely against, wholesale against putting them in residential buildings, but we thought there was a recommendation that the city looked to encouraging the systems in the manufacturing area. We felt that would give people, maybe even reassure people as to what, the effect was and how much noise, and that it wasn't that noisy. We just thought that might help the establishment of these ESS systems better, but it wasn't, but no one was saying that that the systems should not be put on a residential building.
Okay, and you'll be able to provide that to me in writing so I could include it with the recommendation, please.
It's written it's in my report.
Okay, but Steve's part is not in there, right, Steve?
I think Steve's is in his report.
Well, it's separate, but if you'd like a clarifying statement I can submit that to you.
Okay, but we'll put something together and we'll share it with both of you to make sure that it's accurate.
Great,
Right.
thanks.
Thanks. All right, I hope everyone understands the vote. Gina Argento,
Abstain.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
yes. Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brizadas,
Yes.
yes. Tom Burrows, No vote. What?
Tion Brooks, sorry, I stepped away, is yes.
Go ahead. Tom, you muted?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you. Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
Yes.
thank you. Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
No.
no. Avram Katz, William Klagsbold,
Yes.
Ryan, thank you, William. Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
thank you, Karen. Mary O'Domerick,
Yes.
thank you, Mary. Janice Peterson,
Yes.
thank you. Dana Racklin,
Yes.
thank you. Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega, Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser, .30 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one more. The last one was it's a two-part. The Two Trees came to give us an update on the River Ring. That, as I think you know, is the proposed project on the property that was owned by Con Ed. Just briefly on their update, they mentioned that they feel this is a new approach to the shoreline use, and that there will be a diverse range of uses and users. They said that they changed to expand the tidal trails, and that the beach was moved to an area that will not wash out. We also asked if they had entered into a binding agreement with the YMCA to provide it with the community space. They said that they have. They also said that they have now been able to increase the number of affordable units to 263 units with an average of 60% AMI, and the market and affordable units will be integrated. It was also suggested that they reach out to the nonprofit agencies that have experience in managing affordable housing in both the north side as well as the south side of Williamsburg, and they said they were very willing to do that. So the next part is the committee recommendations for the scoping. There is going to be a scoping hearing on Thursday, I'm sorry, on Monday, April 26th at 2 p.m. And our comments for the scoping to the CPC are due May 6th. The problem is that the committee would love to be able to view the meeting, see what other questions are raised other in addition to what we thought to add to the scoping, and then come back to and then meet and then come back to the full board, get approval, and then send it in, but we don't have time for that. So the committee went through the positive declaration. We formulated our recommendations, at least preliminary recommendations, to be sent to CPC to add, to what they say that they're going to look at for the scoping. So we did that. And then we also, so I would, I would like a vote to see if the board would approve what we came up with. The other question that the committee has for the full board is whether you want to, if you're satisfied with what we've come up with, do you want to then allow us to attend the virtual scoping meeting, meet again at our May committee meeting, and if we feel that we want to tweak what we have tonight, do you want to give us the authority to do that on our own without coming back? So if you want to do that, and then if I just want to make sure that's okay, then there are two questions. If you want to approve what our recommendations are, and then if you want to give us the authority to tweak it after having attended, after some of us have attended the virtual scoping meeting. I don't know if you need me to go through the specifics. They're in the report. I know it's late. I know that we have a lot of stuff. We came up with recommendations on socioeconomic conditions, community facilities, open space, energy, transportation, public health, neighborhood character, environmental. And I guess my question is, I don't know if people have had a chance to read it. I don't know if you want me to go down them specifically. I don't know what the board needs.
I have my hand raised whenever there's time to talk. There's no raise hand, so I don't know how to do this.
Okay, Ryan, the raised hand is in the right-hand corner under the list, under the panelists. Go ahead. Speak.
Oh,
yes.
I can't, I'm just waiting to when there's time to ask you a question, but my thing's weird. Sorry, it's freezing. So I'm just when you're ready. Is it now? I'm concerned. I read the report and there's no mention of property taxes. 420A tax rebate. Two Trees has said that they're going to go for the rebates. They don't expire till 2024. It means for 35 years, they will pay 0 property taxes. I know from a lot of the people that pay property taxes in this neighborhood, the 421A rebates are a problem. It only passed that state budget because of the criminal reforms were passed at the same time, and it was a compromise made, but it's a compromise that screws this neighborhood, and we should push all of the city council and the mayor to not approve this until 421A has been reformed, because why should this building pay 0 property taxes? And we should at least address that, and we should at least have property tax people from I don't know. I couldn't make the meeting. I'm sorry. And I just noticed that it wasn't mentioned anywhere in the report. And to me, that's the number one issue. The number one problem is that because they have 25 to 30% affordable housing, and because they will pay their workers an average of $40 an hour, they have 35 years of 0 property taxes. So how are they helping pay for the infrastructure that they're going to bring and the increase? This is insanity, people, and we have to at least discuss it.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on what Dell's question?
Are you, it sounds like you're wanting to make, let's say, a friendly amendment to add that the city, how would you propose this in relation to the scoping meeting?
So that's what I wanted to understand, because I don't know if we've ever discussed in detail. Is it coming back and we're still going to go through this whole process? Or
we are.
Okay, then I just want to put in that I would just say we should put in that we think that, I don't know, if people are okay with a friendly amendment that says we don't think that the neighborhood can stand the pressure of this building not paying property taxes for 35 years and needs to be discussed, or so. I mean, I don't know if someone's better. I feel like Steve, you might have a friendly amendment in your brain, or someone does, but I just think it's crazy. It needs to be put on there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think on the categories that we comment on, which includes transportation, it was like, just the stress on the infrastructure is going to be over, that's one of, a really intense worry that we're talking about. And so, So I think, indirectly, it's addressing that those, those tax breaks, where's the community benefit? There's affordable housing, but their affordable housing and their new building isn't rent because they can't get the market rate they want for the market rate units. So, but I mean, that's an additional thing we could comment on, is that it's going to drain our tax pool for infrastructure, and the offset isn't,
So maybe under socioeconomic conditions, we could say that the tax breaks will drain our economic structure.
Just keep
Well,
in
it'll
mind.
affect
that-
our
Yeah,
the
let me-
infrastructure.
Can I just add that any other developer that comes into
I have a
community
question.
board.
Wait, you're all talking at once.
Can anybody that want to speak raise their hand, please? On the participants, the panelists, they've got a hand raised over there. I keep looking at it. I don't see it. It's in the left-hand corner at the bottom. There's a little tiny hand. Go ahead, Maria, you had your hand up. You're muted. You're muted.
I said I don't find the thingy, so I'm raising my hand, my physical hand. So what I was saying, and I'm sorry because I was muted, is that this is something that we then must impose on every single developer that comes into community board 1 requesting a 421A tax abatement. This is not just Two Trees. This has to be across the board.
Can I counterpoint?
Okay.
Yeah, it expires in 2024 and it's not expected.
Ryan.
I'm just
We're
saying
on the
that this
B
is
rule
not,
and you're not acknowledged.
that this cannot be exclusive, that it would have to be across the board if this is the route that we're taking.
I wanted to give a technical explanation so people would know. The 421A tax abatements expire in 2024 and we'll have to go back through the budget process. Joe Lento at the time was not in favor of the 421A, but he compromised it to get the criminal justice reforms through. The Assembly and Senate now would never pass this. This was given to Cuomo and it screws our neighborhood. We should definitely say it to every single developer. Like, we should hold fast on this until it gets argued by our New York State. And it's like the one thing we can do, and it makes sense.
Ryan, you made your point. Rob Solano?
I apologize to Dell. I was not able to make that meeting the day of my mother's funeral. But I wanted to make that meeting badly, but I wanted to add in this general meeting that the 421A, which sunsets actually in 2022 in just 1 year, that Two Trees is trying to seek is for 130% AMI. They've struggled with this in their current site, which they did not share with you in that meeting, though, that they have held affordable units for up to a year because they're trying to use a 421A from a previous era to get it for 60% AMI. So when they make these commitments to the community board, though, and to everyone here, they make it with an asterisk to say, if we get funding from the state. So they don't need the funding to get the market rate part. They'll do the market rate part, but they'll hold up the affordable until the state gives them the extra additional resources. So I think for the scoping, it should be added that they have yet to commit to their previous project next door. And we are concerned that they will continue reneging on their commitment in this new project. So I know they gave a domino report. They did not mention that they were holding up the affordable because they couldn't get the resources from the state government.
Okay, so
They
how
don't
would
say
you,
that.
how would you word that?
I would say
that they,
right. I would word it that Two Trees, before they go into to this project, have yet to meet the commitments of a previous rezoning that this board took a leap of faith with them and previously, and in order for us to support this scoping, we already have a history of them not doing what they said they were going to do. So that's
So they
how I
have
would
not met their
word.
commitment for what? They have not met their, they have
Affordable
affordable
commitments.
commitment.
Correct. They have not met their affordable commitment in the next door site, which is Domino One, right? And so for this scoping hearing, we are concerned that they are not going to make their affordable commitments they are laying out to us.
Okay.
And I echo the 421A rule, and I agree. I don't think anyone here supports 421A at 130% AMI. That's the 421A program. St. Nick's, Riseboro, no one uses they don't use the 421A program. They use incredible other programs. So it's okay to be safe to say, if we're going to give it a 2 trees, we might as well say to everyone else, don't come asking to use the 421A with a rezoning in this community board. We're not going to accept towers at 130% AMI. My one other point that I would make is the
Before
site
you
is
get
zoned-
there,
sorry,
wait,
sorry.
Ron, wait,
Yep.
Rob, before you get there, shall we put this in the socioeconomic condition category?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
great.
Yes.
Yes,
You're good.
good.
Yes.
Okay, so we're adding that. Fine.
Yep. And my last other point is they purchased this through an RFP with Con Ed. The site is a manufacturing site. Their purchase price for the Con Ed site was already an expectation that this entire community board would agree to a residential 40-plus story double tower. So as much as they want to focus on the river ring and the beach, they are also not really getting into the details of their 40-plus tower. That is not the usage of the history of this site. This site was not meant to put a 40-story tower. The site was a manufacturing site. They overpaid is not our problem. Their overgrab and overreach to pay hundreds of $millions because we were all going to just assume residential is a terrible assumption on their part. They have yet to prove that they can do a manufacturing site there. They've yet to prove the current usage to this community board or in the scoping to prove what they can do with the site as is. It's
Okay,
not our problem, they overpriced.
So we have under, because we did discuss that. We have under neighborhood
yeah.
character, in light of the board's recognition of the importance of protecting our industrial and manufacturing sites, an analysis is needed of the possible manufacturing, industrial, and commercial uses of the site and how the loss of those potential uses is a significant benefit to the neighborhood. In addition, a study of the impact of the development on the neighborhood must be done taking into account the overall effect when looked at together with other large-scale developments already in existence and as projected from recent rezonings. You may want to add something to that part where we talked about neighborhood character and the importance of protecting our industrial and manufacturing sites.
Yeah, I would only add, I actually read that report, which was strong. I would only add to that part, if it's possible, that when RFPs go out and developers overprice what the square footage for manufacturing, we cannot allow these assumptions in our communities. We are focused on manufacturing. It is well documented that they purchased this for residential usage. We cannot, it's disingenuous, this process. We're going through a process where they are assuming we're accepting the framework of residential. I think we would add, we are not accepting the framework of residential. If there's a land use for manufacturing, we are focused on manufacturing regardless of what someone paid for it. What they paid is not our problem. So there might be a cleaner way, someone may jump in to make that cleaner, but it is not our fault. And that burden should not be put on this community board. That's their gamble. When you gamble, you win and lose. I think this is a loss for them. This is not 2012. This is not 2014. It's 2021, and they made a bad gamble here. Someone may want to clean up that kind of overprice, overgrab speculation statement, but I think they're coming in with speculation, forcing us to consider scoping, meaning we're thinking about residential here.
How about when RFPs go out to developers, or maybe just when developers pay residential prices in a manufacturing area, these prices should not be a rationale for in considering their financial burden.
Beautiful, perfect. Yep. That's all I got. Yeah, and of course I'm gonna vote no on this thing later, but that's all I got for now.
Okay, when developers,
Thank you, Rob. Mario Domeric, did you have your hand is up? Is it to speak on this issue? Mario Domeric?
From a long time ago, not now.
Okay, well, your hand is still up. Okay, we have a,
so can
we have
I
a-
get,
we-
can I get
wait
a?
a minute,
Oh,
Dell.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
We have a LW, but the attendees, this is the board meeting. The public is not allowed to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Dell.
So are we ready to vote on whether the board would accept what, what our recommendations are, first of all, and then whether the board wants to allow us to tweak it on their own, or the board would rather have us just stick to what we have here, if you approve of the recommendations for the scoping.
Is there any way that those of us that aren't on the ULURP committee can be part of the discussion? Like, I mean, I would love to be helped to read and be part of the tweaking, or those of us, like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, we always welcome board members who are not necessarily on the committee, and then you can, you can talk about what you want, and then the committee will vote on it. Absolutely. And I would think that any board member and any committee member would be allowed to go to the scoping meeting just to hear what other questions are raised by other people.
I'm just more asking for clarification on the vote. We vote yes on this. We're voting yes on what it said, but that it will also be tweaked at the committee, but not come back to full board.
That's only if the board wants that. If not, maybe we should just vote if the basic thing that we've come up with, the basic recommendations, are they acceptable? And then, I mean, Jerry, if you think differently, or Dialis, and then maybe vote on, do you want us to be able to tweak, do you want to let us tweak it, or do you want to just, leave it as is?
I personally, I know I wasn't on the committee when we put this together, but the more I think about it, it makes me kind of nervous, the idea of, the board approving something and then the committee going off and other board members and, amending something and then presenting on behalf of the board without the board, having oversight, even though it looks like,
Well, that's fine. Sure, that's fine. That's fine.
I think what we have is pretty solid right now,
That's fine with me. I have no problem with that. I think we did our best to go through the whole positive declaration, and I will say we were there till after midnight, so
Can I add one thing to what Rob said? Just
sure.
Just to
Sure.
start the part about the 421A, acknowledging that the 421A will sunset in 2022, to put that explicitly in there.
It's gonna be put up to vote for renewal. That's what's gonna happen. But I have a question. I have a question. So Rob mentioned that there were remaining units, affordable units that are vacant. Do we know the reason why they're still vacant?
Yes.
Yes, Maria. Maria, I gave it in the comment. I'll repeat it. They were trying to use an old 421A that put them in a different AMI bracket so they can make the commitments that they were making. They weren't able to get that because those 421A simply became rent stabilized. They didn't want to accept rent stabilization, so they're holding court because it would then be rent stabilized. We're talking about minimum money, a couple of $1 million on a $1.8 billion project. They're holding affordable units because of rent stabilization. It is a really unfortunate position that they've taken, but they're holding those apartments because the new law, all of those apartments now become rent stable, which is a positive for residents. They do not want to accept the rent stabilization law that was added to the all 421A units.
But it also affects the market rate units too, right?
Correct. The market rate units will be rent stabilized as well, because there is no more vacancy decontrol. So it is, you know, a pretty substantial project that they made commitments on. They got tax write-offs and tax breaks from. In order for them to take this position is just really really minimum. But again, it speaks to commitments. You got everything you wanted, and now the very little that we got from it is being played with because of a law here and a law there, right? So that's to answer that question. That's what happened, Marie.
So they were actually confronted about this, and they were pretty snarky about in their response, I will say. And I think that this is something that we all need to discuss further as soon as this gets into the ULIP process. Because down the road, remember, this is just the scoping. This is just to say, study this, study that, look at the effects of this, look at the effects of that. But I think that these other things are, and Rob, I'm really so sorry for your losses. I don't even know what to say to people anymore this year. It's just been awful. But I'm counting on your coming to the meeting, to the committee meetings, because this is coming up, and
I'll be there, Bill.
we really
I
want
won't
to.
miss it. I
Good,
won't miss it.
excellent. And Trina, what were you saying? Acknowledging that the 421A will.
Well, sunset, or is Rob, that's what you had said, is that?
Yeah, it sunsets in 2022. It will not get renewed. The new crew that's up there is laughing at that. They're waiting for it. It might even get repealed. We're working hard between now and June for it to be repealed. It may get repealed pretty quickly.
So basically, whatever promises they're making are going to be moved the same way they are in the other building.
Correct, Trina, exactly. They're making promises on laws that exist now, only to say later, oh yeah, well that law doesn't exist. Oh, I don't know. I guess we're just gonna have to not do it then, or do something else. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
So
It's
we
what
need
they're
to.
doing already.
Yeah, we really need to go into this. As a matter of fact, if we have the opportunity, we should put this on the agenda as for a brief discussion at our next committee meeting, so that we can at least start the discussion. All right, so can we get a vote? Because I know people are probably ready to strangle me because there's so much more to do. Could we get a vote on whether, I withdraw my request to let the committee tweak on its own. I just would like a vote on the recommendations that we came up with for, and remember, this is only for the scoping meeting. This is not for anything, more substantive.
I, Karen Nieves, make a recommendation to approve the committee's recommendations for the scoping hearing.
And this
I,
will,
Rob Solano, second that motion.
and this, and just to make it clear that what we discussed tonight here is, I'm adding to it. Okay.
Okay, motion been made by Rob and second by, made by Karen, second by Rob. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
And Del, it's to accept the committee's recommendations with the additional comments that are added tonight, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you'll provide that to me, please.
Yes. Yes.
Gina Argento,
I abstain.
abstention. Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
yes. Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
thank you. Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusaidis,
Yes.
thank you. Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
thank you. Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
thank you. Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Mr. Carbone,
Abstain.
abstain.
Just a minute. No,
Mis-
just a minute.
Mr. Chesler,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
thank you. Michael Chiricello, no vote. Teresa Cinciata, no vote. Giovanni D'Amato,
Abstain.
abstains.
Abstain. Yeah.
Abstains, so noted. Erin Drinkwater,
Yeah, yes.
yes. Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Mr. Elkins, no vote. Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
yes. Joel Goldstein, no vote. Joel Gross, no vote. Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Yes. Moisha Indig. No vote. Bozena Kaminsky.
I abstain.
Abstain. Avram Katz. William Klagsbold. Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yes. Joel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Abstain.
Abstain. Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Low.
Yes.
Yoel Low.
The big 2 trees building.
That's not Yoel Low. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Yes, so noted. Sante Michelli.
Abstain.
Abstain. Toby Moskowitz.
I think I'll abstain too.
Jerry, can I say something? If you all abstain, then we're back to square zero and we have nothing to
Dell,
submit.
let's finish doing the roll call vote,
All right,
please.
thanks, fine. I just need to say that.
Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Yes. Mario Dommerk.
Abstention.
Abstain. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Yes. Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Bad for her.
Yes. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano.
Yes, yes.
Yes. James Stewart.
Yes.
Yes. Del Teague. Del.
Yes, yes,
Thank you. Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Yes. Maria Vieira. Maria?
I am abstaining.
Thank you. So noted. Stephen Weiberg. Simon Weiser. "21 yes, 0 no, 8 abstentions. Motion carries.
Can I just say something? For those of you who abstained, we waited, we worked until after midnight to do this. If the abstentions had won out, we would have had nothing. We would have had nothing to submit to the scoping. And we've been told over and over again, this is one of the most important times that we can submit things. So I don't understand, I don't understand what you were thinking. I don't know that you would rather have, those who abstained, that you would rather have had us have nothing to submit, showing no interest from the community board. But there it is, and I had to say it.
Thank you, Dell. Moving right on. If we lose our quorum, we'll be back because we have other items that has to be voted on. Remember, we're on the B rule, be brief, be bright, and be gone. And above all, be recognized. Landmarks, Trina.
I will be brief. The Williamsburg houses came back to us with the landmarks presentation of their, basically the planting around the buildings. You remember they came to us with their windows, and this is the second and last landmark issue that's part of their big interior and exterior renovation that they're doing under the rental assistance program, the RAD program. And they brought with them Frank Lang from St. Nick's Alliance came and explained that St. Nick's is the social service provider, and basically made the committee feel very comfortable about the work. The way it was explained made the committee much more comfortable than when they came the first time with the windows. But what the renovation of the landscaping, what they're doing is they're trying to preserve the historic content by rehabilitating the planting beds and the hedges, removing the fencing, and softening the edges of the pocket parks. They're also working with the resident. They came up with kind of a laundry list of different improvements that they could add, that they were passing through landmarks to then present to the tenants to choose among things like dog parks and community gardens and bike racks, certain things that that the people living in the houses will have a say in what goes in it. There's a public art program that's part of what they presented too, that in homage to the public art, which was very much a part of the original 1930s housing, the opening of the Williamsburg houses. And so the committee was very pleased with what they had to say, and I will read the recommendation. But first I want to say that what our recommendation actually went to Landmarks today, because today was the day of the Landmarks hearing as a recommendation. So they knew they heard the recommendation and they knew that the board hadn't voted on it. So it's kind of a fait accompli, but let me read the resolution and we can vote and send the letter and close the file on it, basically. Okay, so the committee voted unanimously to recommend that the board vote the site plan presentation for the Williamsburg houses appropriate with the following suggestions. Replace the proposed benches with more period appropriate benches. Avoid removing mature shade trees. Prune the trees where needed and obtain community member consensus as far as any removal deemed necessary. And third, involve community members in the curating decisions with regard to the public art, and that we put that in so as to hopefully avoid graffiti, or just sort of give the residents ownership in the art so that hopefully there will be less graffiti. And I can also say that the Williamsburg plan was voted unanimously by Landmarks, approved unanimously by Landmarks at the Landmarks hearing today. But can we get a vote on the resolution?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
I second it, Steve Chesler.
Dale and Steve, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Berzaitis,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Steve Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
Yay.
Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes, sirree.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau,
Yes.
Ryan Coonan votes yes. Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. You only get one vote. Toby Moskowitz,
Yes.
Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Maria Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable, excuse me, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser, .30 in the affirmative, 0 no, 0 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. Does that conclude your report, Trina? Does that conclude
Yes.
your report,
Yes.
Trina?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Transportation?
Good evening, everyone. So, had a number of items. We had a long discussion about the ADA elevator that's going to be installed at the intersection of Lorimer Street and Metropolitan Avenue.
Excuse me,
There's a
Eric,
lot.
Eric, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So we had a long discussion about the installation of an ADA elevator at the intersection of Lorimer and Metropolitan Avenue. It's part of a larger installation that's happening with MTA. They're also installing an ADA elevator system at Grand Street and Bushwick. They have not determined a location for that site yet. And there is another elevator going in at Union and Metropolitan, which is, we did not hear any opposition to it. And I'm kind of speeding through this, even though it's been a long process over the last 2 weeks, working with the community to get the MTA to understand that there's a real concern with the elevator at Lorimer, because those of you that know that intersection, you'll remember that there's a kind of a neck down kind of situation. There's only parking on maybe 3/4 of the block, and all the residents, all of them without exception, support the ADA program. So that is not the issue. The issue is the location of the elevator and its encroachment on the roadbed, but more importantly, the stairwell that they proposed to put in right in front of 577 Lorimer. And there's a lot to unpack in this proposal. Why did they cite it here? Why did they cite it there? There's infrastructure issues. I have follow-up to do with Andy Inglesby from MTA and Joe O'Donnell, who presented for the presentation on Tuesday, in terms of getting some questions answered, in terms of where the infrastructure is, why they have cited the elevator in the particular spot that they have and not on Metropolitan, etc. They did answer a lot of our questions already, saying the infrastructure doesn't support it, but we need some clarification on some of the items. This doesn't need a vote. MTA came to us to present the program, but if those of you remember the Bread Brothers controversy at the Greenpoint Avenue stop, it's a similar situation where a stairwell in front of two businesses will have, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of a lot of folks, a kind of a devastating impact on businesses that are trying to recover from COVID. And again, I say again, the residents support the ADA elevator, but the stairwell is not cited correctly in the opinion of the public. And I think members of the committee generally seem to agree with the citing. It was a problem. So we went through 21 questions that were submitted by the public for specific answers. There is still more to unpack. I made a plea for them to relocate or scrap the fourth stairwell that would be there, which is the one that would be in front of 577 Lorimer. Andy Inglesby, as he usually does, made a commitment to work with the community on their concerns. I will hold him to that. And I know that the neighbors will hold him to that. I'm still in conversation with many of them. And we're really trying to work hard on a resolution for this. I should say that Emily Gallagher, even though it's not in her district, is involved, and Antonio Reynoso's office. Jen Gutierrez came to the meeting and spoke on it. We're still looking for help from Maritza Davila's office and from Senator Salazar's office. So that's it. I mean, all the details are in the report, including the schematics. I encourage folks to look at it. I want to thank Mike Churchill and Tom Burrows for giving me the nudge to speak to some of the community members. This is a serious issue, and those of you who know this block, I hope you can understand why. And if you're in the area, just take a look. The elevator is going right in front of Pomp and Circumstance. Or sorry, the elevator is going in front of Junior and Sons, the bar on the corner on the Lorimer Street, and the stairwell will go almost all the way to the tree pit in front of Pomp and Circumstance and the nail salon that's there. So stay posted.
Eric, Madam Chair, can I just make a point of order on this subject?
Go ahead.
Eric, did we get is there any reason why the DOT is not involved here? Because that corner is a nightmare to begin with traffic-wise, and why they would pick that particular corner and that particular spot, and the DOT has no input on this whatsoever. They're blocking two businesses. They're going to do all this construction. The bar has been there for over 50 years. The restaurant has been there for well over 50 years. It used to be a pizzeria before. And the nail salon, it was a business before, and just transferred to a nail salon. So I'm just curious, they did away with parking for 3 spots from the nail salon all the way up to the corner where Junior's bar is, the restaurant.
Right.
So there's no parking spots there to make the flow of traffic go. And now their proposal is, which doesn't make any sense, they propose to put this elevator on that particular corner with this gigantic stairwell. And from what I can understand, there's another corner across the way that they have another restaurant on. That restaurant, the Mexican restaurant, I believe is Mexican food, is elevated. And I don't know why they don't pick that stairwell to build a stairwell and elevator. This spot is just not going to work for the community. And for what I can understand, there's hundreds upon hundreds of signatures, and we all support the ADA Act, of course. But, this is really a ridiculous spot to put an elevator and a stairwell, just so far as traffic issues and safety concerns for the people that are disabled, because that corner is treacherous. So that's just my point.
Thanks, Mike. There's also a third stairwell going in where the bus stop is on the northeast corner, where there's a bus shelter there now. That's going to be a stairwell as well. So, our thinking was three stairwells based on the pedestrian traffic that anecdotally we see. But their idea is, excuse me, that they're building for the future, which I understand, but there has to be, some trade-off. And then a lot of the reasons that they're saying that the siting is there is because of the infrastructure, but we've asked them to provide us with an infrastructure map so we can see where this high pressure gas main is, so we can see where this old sewer pipe is, where the electrical stuff, where the actual landing, the mezzanine conflicts with the street level. So there's a lot of information we still need from MTA. And as from DOT's point, DOT is working with MTA, but they stated that they have not completed their studies on that intersection yet. So they are also promising to get back to us. But
well, Eric, I like to support to make a point of order or a motion, if we could, as a community board, of course, support the ADA Act, but not for them to build that stairwell at that particular site. And just with our concerns for the safety and the traffic and the people with disabilities who will be crossing on that corner, using that particular corner. Something worded that. I'd like to make a motion. If somebody would second that, that would be great.
Can we finish the discussion first? We have people have their hands up, Michael.
Well, I would support that motion, Michael, but Madam Chair, shall we hear from other board members?
Yes, Jan?
I was just going to say one is that in 1969, that actually was my first office for Consulate Street, that restaurant, and that is a women-owned, and I wish you would mention that, because we've already been bringing out the thread tonight, Eric, that, and Toby and other people have said, and Francois, that women businesses have been particularly hard hit by the coronavirus. So here's a brand new business owned by this woman, and then she's getting hard hit now with this whole process. So one is women owned, which adds to your vote, Michael, and historic history of what that place meant in terms of creating Consolation Street, that built Small World and did all of that work out of there. So there is an historic reason of why that spot also, besides the fact of what you were adding to it, which we support, Michael. That's it.
I'm supportive of that too. That would be great if we could put that in there, women owned. That would be, I have no problem with that whatsoever, to add that to the motion.
Does anybody else have any comments on this issue? Any questions?
I have a comment.
Right.
I just wanted to say that, like, at the transportation committee, there were several ADA advocates that spoke like big in favor, and we have to remember that this went through a whole process where there was a committee put together, there was lawsuits about them not, and this was voted as one of the most important transfers. And there's some technical difficulties why, I mean, I think we just should all pay close attention, because these are important elevators, and everyone keeps saying that they're in favor of the ADA, but, and I want to know, like, where does, like, I don't know where it falls in the but for me, I'm in support of the ADA no matter what.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But if you had a woman-owned business, you are a woman, you had a woman-owned business, that was your particular business. Of course,
I know women in wheelchairs I know women in wheelchairs, and I love that.
Okay.
One person at a time. One person at a time. Remember, we're on the B rule.
Can I just say is that it was the Women's Committee that brought up using Lorimer Street as getting an elevator, because we were very concerned about what was happening at Graham Avenue. So we were definitely on that years back, Eric. I think you remember that we were kind of harassing you. But as Ryan is saying, we now have to be very vigilant, because we are not trying to say that the other thing is not important, but we have to look at where can this thing be and how can it be designed in a way that doesn't undermine these other issues. That's all. And that's just good planning. So we want good planning here that thinks about everybody instead of one group over another.
Right. And good planning would, when I say that they support ADA, it's not a general statement. Like when we were there so there was a huge meeting. Andy came out with Joe O'Donnell and Judd Lau and members of the MTA team and all the neighbors. And we stood there, and when he showed them where the elevator was going to go, their anger was a little bit deflated, because they didn't really see that as necessarily a problem. They're concerned about the encroachment on the roadbed and the traffic on Lorimer, and these are valid concerns. But I want to make that clear that it's not a general support of ADA. They're okay with the elevator going there for the most part. The problem is this stairwell, which is not ADA. It has nothing to do with ADA. It's their building for 30 years out, when the city's trying to recover from a crisis. So nobody has a complaint really about the elevator at Union, and there's pushback on the elevator location at Lorimer, but not necessarily the whole thing. And Jan, you know that block well. It's very tight, and it's going to be very difficult for pedestrian traffic. It's going to be difficult for traffic just on the block, which already has backups at that intersection. So there's a lot to consider, and we want to see this infrastructure map. We want to see what's happening, and I mean that's really the issue. I mean, I have other.
I think Bozina got a question. Bozina, you got a question?
Well, it's not the question. It's basically a very short statement. I did attend the meeting. The transportation meeting was a very lengthy meeting, almost at the same length as the land use committee meeting, almost until midnight. you know, we had installed the elevator on Manhattan Avenue and Greenpoint Station, and it was a very difficult situation for the community, for the businesses as well. Some of the businesses, they had to close because of it. And I know that the one business was right across from that elevator. But right now, this is the best thing that we have at that location. I see daily disabled people using the elevator. I see women with the strollers using the elevator. So this is really the best thing that we could have for this community, for that section. That's my comment.
Thank you,
Nobody's
Casey.
opposed to the elevator as much as the stairwell. The elevator,
Right.
we could work with the elevator. It's the stairwell, it's the problem. They're adding this stairwell and they're going to knock out two businesses in the process. They're going to destroy two businesses and it's going to screw up the corner and the traffic on that corner. The elevator looks like they repositioned it where it's not going to be that big of a problem. But the stairwell is the main issue here.
Okay,
That's right.
thank you. Keep reminding us. But does this mean they're going to take the bicycles away from Graham Avenue that they promised to put over on Humboldt Street, Eric? 'Cause
Okay,
they're-
we have too much to go through to get into that. No, they're not moving them.
We can bargain.
So we can fight about that another
Can we
day.
stick to the topic, please?
Yes, please. So if
I have a
anybody else-
motion on the floor, Madam Chair. Somebody
It
second
needs
my
a
motion.
second,
please.
Michael. Anybody want a second?
I second Mary Tamra.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, motion been made by Chiaritello and second by Mary. Can we get a roll call vote, Jerry?
And let's just clarify the
Can you
motion.
please clarify the motion?
Motion.
Michael?
No issue with the ADA elevator. The issue is more that with the stairwell that's going to impact the woman-owned business on Larimer Street.
Thank you.
Is everybody clear on the motion?
It was glitchy. It was very glitchy.
So Michael, if you'll indulge me, it's to send a
Yes.
letter to the MTA to oppose the site.
Eric, can
DOT,
you
and the
speak
DOT.
louder, please? Eric, I'm not getting
Yeah.
you much.
It's to send a letter to the MTA and the DOT.
Right.
Concerned, we're not concerned so much about the elevator because we support the AD Act, of course, but we're more concerned about the stairwell and the women's owned business being impacted there, and the traffic concerns and the safety concerns for that particular corner are pertaining to the stairwell.
Well, can I add something? Because there was also a woman who was a homeowner who said that the stairwell would practically come up to the entrance of her building. So that's a very big issue too, you know.
Yeah, that's a huge issue, a safety issue too, especially with
Yeah.
the crime rate
Michael, let
rising.
Mary finish,
Thank you.
please.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Can you finish what you were saying, Mary? I didn't hear it.
There is a homeowner that was very concerned that the new stairwell would come all the way up to the entrance of her building, almost up to the stairs that she uses to enter her building. So that's really, as a homeowner, that's a tremendous amount of concern for safety and a whole bunch of other issues. So, Michael, you can add that to your motion.
Yes, I like to add the safety issues concerning the stairwell and the safety issues of the stairwell butting all the way up to the front of our home. That's extremely dangerous and definitely a safety issue.
Madam Chair, it's Karen Nieves. Can I speak?
Yes, Karen.
Thank you. I just want, to stress if we could add in this letter that the community board has been asking for ADA compliance within CB1 for years. So I really, I totally agree with everything, and especially with the stairwell, but please stress the fact that, you know, we do support the ADA elevators because we did request this. So not the stairwells, but the elevators. So please, if we could, you know, somehow put in this letter that, you know, we do want ADA compliance in our community.
With that,
Okay, are we ready to vote now? Eric? Are you ready for the vote, Eric?
Let's go.
Roll
Yes.
call vote, please, Jerry.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusadas. Eric Brusadas.
Yes, yes, yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Steve Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
yes.
Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes. Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
I abstain.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli, Toby Moskowitz,
Yes. Sorry, my
Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart,
Yes.
Del Teague, Tommy Torres, William Vega,
yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser,
Jerry, it's Dell. I voted yes. I don't know if I was muted.
no, I got you now. 27 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Michael.
That
Okay.
concludes your report.
No. No, but it concludes that item, even though there's a lot more to say about it, but please read the report. Item 2, Collier Triangle Project. We had DOT come back, Jessica Kronstein, and Rhonda Messer came out to give us the latest iteration of the of how Collier's going to look. The folks will remember that Dan Keyser drew up a really great plan about 2 years ago in order to make that the intersection of Franklin, Collier, and Banker safer for cyclists, pedestrians, and all road users. We've been back and forth. Karen and I have been out to meet with DOT at that location a few times. Willis has gone out with us as well. And after a lot of considerations of what's actually there, DOT has finally come back with a plan that they think will work. It does a lot of good to increase pedestrian safety, especially on Franklin. And we didn't get everything we want. We didn't close the slip, the banker slip to make a plaza there, which was unfortunate. But I think once we're living with what DOT is going to put in there, I think people will feel it's safer. We do need a vote on one particular item. There are no structural changes to the intersection except for some curb outs and some landscaping inclusions and some other timing for the signal, but they do need a vote on the bike corral that will be in front of Silk Road Cycles, which is a perfect location for it because Silk Road Cycles. So we did not have a quorum by the time this item came around. However, we did have a consensus vote. We were short one person for quorum. So we did have a consensus vote with one abstention and in favor of supporting the bike corral in front of Silk Road Cycles. So we need a vote on that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Gina?
Who was the
Roll call.
first? Who was the first?
Oh, right, I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion. Someone else can second it.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Julia?
Julia? Roll
Yes.
call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Tina Barros, Tian Brooks, Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella,
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mary Adamrick,
Abstain.
Janice Peterson,
Abstain.
Dana Racklin, Bella Sable, Isaac Sulfur, Rob Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta, Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser.
I don't know if you called me. My vote is yes. This is Maria.
Thank you. 25 yes, 2 abstentions, motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. And just a housekeeping thing, if you could transmit that to DOT via email as well as snail mail, because they're not really in their office, so they'll need it to do the work this summer.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. All right, we heard a brief update from, item 3. We heard a brief update from EDC on the South Williamsburg landing work for the New York City ferry, Schaefer Landing. They really had nothing to report except that the work had begun the day before on April 5th. Still going to take 8 to 10 weeks. Mr. Miranda from EDC has promised to get in touch with us if there's any changes to the work or any problems. We heard from Kevin Lachera. I think Kevin gave a pretty good summary of what he said at the meeting, because we had to keep it brief. The report was submitted to the board and has been distributed. It is 20 something pages. There's a lot of detail in there. Overall, I think the committee supports the work that Make Meeker Move initiative is doing to fight for bike lanes and pedestrian safety and safety improvements along the Meeker corridor. Their work has already resulted in some improvements already, but just a note that DOT is prepared to share their final proposal. We couldn't fit it into either the Transportation Committee meeting or the full board meeting this month, but the Transportation Committee will be hearing the proposal at the May meeting. But we wanted to have Kevin give his report so that DOT that was at the meeting could take back the recommendations from the Make Meeker Move workshops. So we'll see what they come back with in May. Nobody's actually seen the proposal yet. Kevin did ask for a letter of support from the board. We didn't have a quorum. We did take a consensus vote, but Jerry pointed out that we only had 3 board members voting in favor, with one no vote. And that is not a true consensus. So I told him that I would report it out here, and the board could choose whether they wanted to vote on sending a letter of support to DOT, supporting the initiatives of the Make Meeker Move plan. So there it is.
I would like to put forward a motion to support the I'm so tired. The Make Meeker Move plan. They've put so much time and effort into having like the people speak on this. It would be crazy not to put our seal of approval on it.
Eric, Eric, you do know that DOT is presenting next month for their proposals for underneath the BQE, right?
Yes, I just said that.
This is the neighborhood spent months talking about this, and this is their ideas. We should at least, like, that's what we ask people to do. And do the.
I mean, we're sending a letter, assuming that the board approves it, to I don't know. I mean, there's a lot in the report. I don't know. I hope everybody read it. I read it. But you know, it's a wish list, right? It's a wish list that's come.
Wait, and it should be vetted before the board with a public hearing, so we hear what the public has to say on it.
They tried to do that. That was their intention. We spent 2 hours on the MTA stairs. This is a group that like put together 2 giant Zoom meetings that everyone was invited to, the whole public. They've gathered more information, had more people attending than the Transportation Committee does ever, usually. I mean, like, to disregard this as like not vetted when they actually did what we asked people to do, which is go out, talk to all your neighbors, come back to us. They could have spent the whole hour presenting, and and now we're not counting our members that aren't actually on the board. So like, why? I mean, again, this to me feels very disrespectful to not only like the Transportation Committee, but to what these organizers did as neighbors, because like they literally put out flyers, advertised, had hours long of people talking. Like they did everything that we asked people. They didn't just talk to their neighbor. They didn't just come here with their opinion. Like, we just like put forward, like, I mean, again, ooh, this is insanity. if we don't say that this is community vetted and like, I mean, again, they presented and did a PowerPoint to us.
I think this affects the community as a whole, Ryan, and I think that a public session.
But we're having more sessions. The DOT is going to present. This is the community's wish list. This is not even saying anything other than we can say that this, I mean, again, we can say like, but just to throw out what all the work that these people did, people are never going to come to the community board again and talk to us. They're not going to take us serious. If we tell them to do this, organize meetings, talk to your neighbors, do it in a transparent way, because they can give you a list of everyone that came to that meeting. This isn't a secret neighborhood meeting held with the police or held with other people or held in secret. This was a public, transparent, broadcasted meeting, 2 of them, where like ideas and stuff were came up with. If we actually sit here and say that it's not, and they came, sat through hours and hours and hours of other stuff that didn't need a vote on, which again, we now just like, nothing that we voted on the MTA was vetted through the transportation committee. Nothing, no motion was put forward. We just did something, but they spent hours, did a whole presentation. We're rushed through it because they could have spent hours with me. And now we're saying that that's, I mean, again, why, like, are you kidding me? They did what we tell people to do. So does it only count if you own your house and are white? Is that the only time your opinion counts? If you are a renter and you organize with your neighbors all over this and you gather hundreds of people to sit through meetings and talk about stuff, does it not count? Because that's what, like, this is insane.
At the last meeting, you asked me not to interrupt you, and I did not. I stopped. However, you just interrupted me. So let me make my point without any interruption, if you don't mind. My point is that there might be some tweaks to the plan. Not everybody will agree with everything that is in that plan. Okay, so I think that everybody should have an opportunity to hear it on a larger scale. That's it.
William Baker speaking. I disagree respectfully. That was over 100 people in these 2 meetings, and people meeting also out in the street, looking at the area, Meeker Avenue. I participated in those surveys. It was a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of communication with all our neighbors. So I have to respectfully disagree. We should be supporting this report. Thank you.
Julia Foster here. I don't remember anybody saying they didn't. I know it's getting late and we're all getting, antsy because like I just had my dinner, which I should have had a long time ago. Ryan, I'm really know your passion for everything that you're on a committee about, but we do have to start respecting one another, and y'all know that's my big issue.
Jerry just said we couldn't do it. That's why I answered.
Jerry stop interrupting.
I did not say you couldn't
was
do it.
coming to his meeting. He didn't say we couldn't do it. He just made a statement that the committee will be presenting at the next meeting.
No, the city will be presenting.
Yeah,
again, you guys.
Ryan, why don't you listen? You interrupting everybody. What's wrong with you?
If you own a house, your opinion counts, but if you don't own a house, you guys dismiss it. Got it.
Ryan, we understand your passion. Ryan, we understand your passion, but other people want to speak on this too. You're not the only one that want to speak on it. Calm down.
Ryan,
let me make a suggestion. Let me, as chair of the Transportation Committee, make a suggestion. It's up to the board. The letter, the report was sent around. My report was sent around. His report is in that report. You're supposed to read it. You should know what you're voting on. There is a motion. I don't know if I heard a second. The board can choose what to do. If they want to send this letter of recommendation for the Make Meeker Move plan to DOT, we're advisory. DOT can take it under advisement. There are some things that may be workable for them. Some things that they're not going to do. Right. So that's it.
Eric,
So
I'd like to hear the DOT plan before I can take a vote on.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I'm not saying vote one way or another. I'm just saying if there's people that are passionate that want to have a vote on this, you can vote yes, you can vote no, right? So if there's a second, that's it. I mean, there is a lot of good stuff in the plan. A lot of folks on the committee and on the board have like been part of the Make Meeker Move meetings. You know, I'm not telling you endorse it or don't endorse it. I'm just saying you read the report. It's up to you.
I second
What's
it.
the motion again? What's the motion again, Eric?
Sorry, my phone timed out. I'll read the language as we had it at the meeting, and folks can go by that. Sorry. Okay, the motion is very simple. Community Board 1 should draft a letter of support for the Make Meeker Move plan.
Did anybody,
I
did
second.
anybody make a motion on it?
Oh,
I make a motion, Julia.
And Tion Brooks will second it.
Okay, a motion is on the floor to send a letter. We can vote it up or down. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brizadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows, Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky, Avram Katz, William Klagsbold, Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Michelli, Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Needleman, Karen Nieves,
Yes.
Mario Domerick,
I'm abstaining.
Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Yes.
James Stewart,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
yes.
Maria Vieira, Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser, "22 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Motion fails. We have no quorum."
And there we go.
Okay, we don't have a quorum. Eric, does that conclude your report?
I'll just say this about we heard Open Streets. You'll notice that the new French barriers are up with new signage, and DOT is trying to do more outreach because we've been very critical of them on it. And there's street teams out at Driggs Avenue this week. They were on Berry last week. They're there from 11 to 4 at Driggs and around the Driggs Morgan area, around McGorlick Park. I'm just going to say this because there's been a lot, those of you that are following Open Streets, there is a lot of hostility out there, and it is not constructive. And, you know, I have to have a conversation with Captain Fahey this week. There are people fighting each other at the barricades. There are people that are legitimately upset because they can't get into their buildings because, you know, people are like sitting on their stoops and disrespecting the stoops and things like that. Some of this is directly Open Street related. Some of it is open restaurant related. It's all getting conflated, and people are just on edge because of COVID and the last 4 years and everything else. And everybody just needs to chill out and start talking to each other. And I'm hoping that we can find some solution to this Open Streets problem, because somebody's going to get hurt. And it's really a problem. There was an incident last week where one of the volunteers went to like just move the barricade, and some other guy came out and they had a tug of war and like followed him into a liquor store. It's crazy. Okay. So I'm just saying this now so that, you know, when something bad does happen, you'll remember that I said it. And if we don't start chilling out with this, it's going to be a real problem. And I've been working on this for months now, and I'm really like at the end of my rope because nobody wants to compromise. No, you know, it's everybody just wants to point fingers, but we really need to start working together and fix this problem, because Open Streets aren't going away. We're going to have to learn to live with them, but we need rules in place. So
Eric, I appreciate what you're saying. And I think,
I'm sorry.
you know,
I'm done. Bye.
Come on, it's almost 11 o'clock. When are we gonna leave?
I know, I'm done. Bye.
we still got other reports.
I'm leaving. I'm not
Fortunately, we don't have any more votes. We don't have any other items to vote on. So, ad hoc committee?
Yes, good evening, everybody. I'm going to be very brief. There is nothing to vote, just to reassure you, and nothing special really to say. The committee met on March 15th. We did something a little bit unusual, as the committee is new, and we try to understand, you know, in what form we can now reach. You know that we have a Twitter account open. I don't know how much is being used, but we're going to continue to implement what it was in our agenda already a month ago. What happened on March 15, we invited several block associations, which you heard them before from Greenpoint. They actually were more than 3. It was Kent Street, Milton Street, Noble, Lorimer Street, Oak Street, West Street. So, and I believe based on also on what Eric was talking about, concern and community, a lot of things has been changed. That's a little bit of trigger. I receive a lot of email from people asking me if there was a platform for community to start getting together. And I believe this is taking shape in that direction. You know, we're going to do outreach in more conventional way, but also maybe the outreach committee is also becoming a sort of conduit for the community, for organized group of the community. And so that was an opportunity to open the conversation, also to remind us and to start searching about, do we have other block association in our community? I personally knew about Greenpoint. There were several board members also part of this block association at the meeting, but we do not know about other area on the south side or in the other part around Graham Avenue. Is there any? Or but if there isn't any, this idea of start tapping into community to key point people and invite them, educate them, that maybe they can get organized as a group of residents, especially to counterbalance a little bit all the misalignment that's happening today. So that's to be, I believe, a great things we could implement. I spoke with the 94% with Officer Molina. And Jerry also, I believe, has been in communication trying to get more information if they are on the record other organization that are organized. I believe something and I'm going to try to wrap it up about this. Something very important, this organization, they have no political agenda. They really represent and they are concerned about quality of life. And I believe they should be listened and they have to become part of our community, you know. And other interesting comments that were made by some of the committee members. Do we have involvement from our Brooklyn Development Corporation? There was mention about St. Nick's Alliance or other. They could provide help to the committee. They receive funds. There were comments about them receiving funds. Could they provide a way of sustaining both the creation of this organization or even the outreach committee to implement this idea? And yeah, so mostly there was maybe other things, but I don't want to stay too long. Definitely just to point to what happened, people are concerned about open culture on the Greenpoint. There is not open street, who is not aware, but those are streets that can be elected, potentially become 12 hours a day music venue. And I believe tapping again to the concern of the community, to what Eric was saying, a lot of things have been put in place, but they have not been regulated, you know, and so that's what the community came to talk, and they claimed there was a lack of outreach. So we thought there was an opportunity to do in-reach outreach, and maybe that's the future, how the committee could start to operate between the board and the community and the public official. But the location, based on this communication that were triggered, that location was actually removed. So the council member Levin, which he was accused by several groups that, you know, definitely no outreach was done, but at the end they understood, I believe, received the message. And so that's what those communities that came together were able to do. So that's communication. And so that's what we want to trigger. So, but we'll, yeah, I believe we'll continue doing that. I'm not going to speak anymore. So thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Santo. You keep talking, and nobody you're gonna be just talking to me, because everybody else gonna be gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Environmental protection, Chancellor.
I spoke during the land use committee on our joint item, so we're good.
You're okay. You're good. Okay. Thank you. Let's see where we are here. Parks as written. Announcements. Elected officials. Is Pincus Hiking still here from the comptroller's office? I would imagine not. Pincus, are you still here? I would imagine not. Is there any other elected officials here? Okay. Is there any new business?
Yeah.
Old business, old business.
Madam Chair, Julia's still trying to get in. I had wanted to make an announcement for the bylaws committee.
Okay.
And I also wanted to make a comment, but I'm gonna leave it alone until we have our outreach committee. No, I'm gonna state this. We haven't done step A and we moved to step Z. I wish we would do things in a timely and fashion order. Outreach committee, we're supposed to be reaching out to the community to know about Community Board 1, yet we're pulling people in to talk about what's going on their blocks and their blocks association, and we haven't got ourselves together yet. Let's start with A and then work to A, B, C, D, E, F, and down to Z. Just want to make a comment, let you know, bylaws committee, we met, we did not have a quorum, so there are no minutes, but we will be having an upcoming election, and we don't have a quorum, so everybody's not going to really know unless they watch the video. And that's basically it. And that we please try to stay on topic when we have our committee meeting.
Yes, Julia, sorry, Madam Chair. I'm so sorry, Julia, are you done?
Yeah.
Sorry, darling, go ahead.
Mr. Edward Chernoff.
Yes, Chernoff, yes, I saw it.
Okay, Ms. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. You finished, Julie?
Just that we're going to be meeting and that we're going to have an election and it will be done according to the bylaws. Also that the bylaws committee wants to look into changing some rules into the bylaws, and I hope that they will be by the law and that we are able to do this. And that also changing the bylaws, I hope is not a personal issue, that it is something that will work out for the community. And I'm gonna make a statement. We're here to work for the community, not for our own selfish purposes. And there's a whole lot of crap going on with this board and it's driving me insane. Other than that, I gotta go to bed, people. Good night.
We all do. Thank you. Ed Cerner from the mayor's office.
Hello, everyone. Chair Fuller, board staff.
Hi,
I'll
Ed.
be very brief. I've stuck around. I know I missed last month's meeting. I had a health issue, but I'll just hit on the very important issue of the day, which is the vaccine update. We have given out over 5 million vaccines. Last week, we hit a tremendous milestone in administering over 550,000 vaccinations, and this is great news because the city is on track to have 5 million fully vaccinated fully vaccinated New Yorkers by June. Again, the highlight of today is that we announced the stoppage of the J&J vaccine out of an abundance of caution, and we will be leveraging the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine in the interim. Of course, that means that our ability to continue operations is going to be dependent on the supply of those vaccines. So we're calling on the federal government to increase the doses that are given to the city for both Pfizer and Moderna. Likewise, just to speak about the impacts to operations, the J&J vaccine was filling a very critical role in the constituencies that we wanted to serve because of its one shot dosage requirement, and it was easier to handle. It was being used to vaccinate homebound individuals. It was being used on mobile vans and buses to target, for instance, restaurant workers. It was at places of worship. It was being used at places of worship. And so this is going to be a big hit. But again, the city's going to fight through it. We're going to be asking for the more Pfizer and Moderna, and we'll, do our best until that, whatever research or information we need the federal government to come down. And then people who have received the J&J vaccine, it is advised that if they develop severe headache, abdominal pain, leg pain, or shortness of breath within 3 weeks of the vaccination, that they should contact their healthcare provider, and they can follow up at nyc.gov/COVID vaccine for more information. I know I received some incoming from the board on several items, but I'll follow up with board staff offline. And as always, you can reach me at ecerna@cityhall.nyc.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, and I hope you're feeling better, and we hope you continue the progress health-wise.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Ed. Are we ever going to see Are we ever going to see a vaccination site in the CB1 area?
Good question, Jerry. As you know, that's sort of beyond me. That's a determination the vaccine command center has to make. And there's a whole host of variables that go into that. But I will keep re-upping it. I'll be sure to send them a note that it was brought up again at this board's meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Serna and Jerry, yesterday they came out through one of the agencies to look at our senior center regarding a place for vaccination on the Williamsburg side. I think they are looking at locations, and I think with a lot of senior centers, they're scouting locations to have these vaccination sites for the community residents. So I think that they got it through Assemblywoman Gallagher and another agency.
Also, I'd like to say there was a mobile vaccine unit on Union Avenue, and I think South 10th, one of the South Streets on Saturday. They had a mobile unit over there, but it wasn't advertised in the community that I know of. Okay. Any old business?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Chair.
Whole business.
Go ahead, Chancellor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that the changes in WebEx for the committees meetings, where it's basically open, everyone's, attendees and committee board members are all, they're all in video, they all have audio, have chat. It's been a game changer. The meetings are so much better, engaging, and so it's really a big plus. So I'm just questioning, wondering if we could do that for the full board meetings. Feel like that would just, also, be another game changer. And I don't know. I'm just trying to understand why we're doing it for the committees, but not for the full board meeting. Because it's working wonderfully, in the committees.
Okay, somebody else want to speak?
Yes, please, Madam Chair, it's Karen.
Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, I have a question regarding, I don't know if this is old business since we just went over it in committee reports, but as far as the make or move vote, is DOT coming to the full board to do their presentation first or committee first? So I'm asking because do we still have time to vote at the full board meeting to support the make a move?
I believe they're going to committee first and
That's
then
right, Jerry.
to the full board.
Okay, and then they're gonna go to the full board. So that means we do have time to incorporate make a move campaign.
Yeah, that's right. And Rhonda was clear that this is a final proposal, not plan.
Okay, all right, good. So we have time then. Okay, thank you.
And the city, and the committee could certainly pick and choose its recommendations from each plan to mix and match what they feel is the better plan.
Okay, is there anybody else?
Yes,
Any new
Dialis, Rob
business?
Solano.
Yes, Rob.
I just wanted to take a second and to thank everyone for your condolences through email and text messages and the moment of silence in today's meeting. It has been incredibly impactful to me and special to me. And I just want to say thank you all for taking a minute and sending me those words. It's been helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome, Rob. And once again, my condolences to you and your family, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else?
Much
I
love,
have a
Tatum.
question. Dialis, could you give us an update on Marie and how she's doing after her surgery? And
That would be a violation of her HIPAA rights. So the answer to that is no.
Okay, well, I really hope she's doing well. And if Jerry and if you guys speak to her, I'm sure the whole board feels that way.
We speak to her, we'll certainly pass it on, Trina. Thank you so much. Is there anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Pardon me?
So I make a motion to adjourn.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
The motion would be out of order because there is no quorum. This meeting will
Oh,
be,
yeah, that's true.
this
That's true,
meeting,
so-
excuse me, this meeting will be continued until May 11th. Thank you.
Jerry, I'm still here, Bożena Kamiński, but I don't make the quorum. I guess we need 26.
Yes.
That's correct.
This meeting is closed until our next meeting on 5/11. Good night, everybody.
Continued.
We'll continue.
Continued. Thank
This
you.
meeting will continue on our next meeting on 5/11. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay warm.
Good night.
You
Good
too.
night.
Good night.
To be continued.